Good morning, everyone. My name is Brenda Marquez. On behalf of the California ISO Stakeholder Affairs Group, we welcome you to the Resource Interconnection Standards Fair for 2024. Today, we'll have this meeting on site, and I really want to thank everyone who's here today. We have about 200 different organizations that has registered, and about maybe 100 people will be showing up today. So welcome for those who's first time at the ISO. Hopefully, you get to enjoy the lobby area. There's a lot of information in the lobby area as well. Enjoy the cafe. We're also going to get started on a few housekeeping reminders, as this call is being recorded for informational and community purposes only. Any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. We also want to encourage, as like an overview of this meeting, is that we're going to be outlining interconnection requirements for the new resource to be able to be connected to the ISO grid. So in the agenda, a few topics that we discussed: high-level interconnection application process, and we also have regulatory, contract studies, queue management, new resource implementation, and also the heat wave map with Andrew and Dottie. And so before we get started, a few reminders for those who are on site. So for the virtual, I'll get to you soon. We do have breakfast complimentary here. We encourage you to wear your ISO guest badge at all times while walking through the public wing. We do want to make sure we have someone we have you identified at all times. And then also for the Wi-Fi, we also have that available for those who want to use it during our meeting. It is called ISO Guest, so you will be able to use it when you accept the conditions on the Wi-Fi. So for those who want to do side discussions, we are having this call recorded, so it will pick up if you have your mic unmuted. So make sure you're welcome to take one of those quiet rooms that we have here on your right. And then also the lobby area has a lot of areas to discuss if you like. We definitely want to encourage this meeting to be well heard, and if there's any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. And then for attendees, we also welcome you to use our space during lunch down in the ISO cafe and also here. So feel free to leave your items here while you're taking lunch. Also, you can also use this area during lunch. And then lastly, for those who are interested for future ISO tours, we do ask that you send us an email so that way your organization and those who want to attend are able to get a special tour in regards to the ISO. So that one will require you to just email us at visitiso@kaiso.com. And so for in-person attendees, we ask that you raise your hand. We will kind of keep track of who has a question. We do have a microphone available for the very back 3 rows, but the microphone that's on your table will allow you to speak during you're asking a question. So wait a few seconds for the light to turn green, and then you'll be able to ask a question. Very important is that when you do ask a question, please say your full name and affiliation. If not, I'll go ahead and add it during your last comments. We do want to make sure everyone knows who's speaking. A few folks on the phone line would like to know who's speaking as well. And then also for those who have any questions, we'll have our event producer, Stacy, and a few folks here helping me out during the call. And those who are in the virtual attendees, use this raise hand icon located on the lower toolbar to ask a question. We'll add it to queue. Phone line only, you'll press *3 to be dialed into the meeting. And then also for those folks online, please make sure to state your full name and affiliation. And so we'll get ahead and get started. I'm really excited. I haven't done a meeting for a while, so thank you so much for your patience, and thank you so much for attending. Feel free to grab drinks, coffee, and I'll be monitoring the chat for those who are online. Thank you so much for participating with us online as well. So we'll have you guys integrated within our meeting as well. At this point, I'll go ahead and introduce Kaylee, who will be kicking us off today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kaylee Zuberry. I'm a Senior Interconnection Specialist here at California ISO. And again, I would like to thank you all for taking the time to join us today as we resume with in-person Resource Interconnection Standards Fairs. So we hope to make this a yearly event again now that COVID's over and the queue is back on track. So thank you for joining us. I'm going to start with the interconnection application and process. We're going to go over a lot of information today. So if you have questions throughout the day, feel free to raise your hand. We'll go ahead and stop. That's what this is for. There's a lot of changes, so we're going to go over everything. And this will be posted afterwards, like she said, if you need to go back to something. Okay, so for my portion, we're going over, I'll introduce our team. We'll talk about the pending tariff and BPMs, the application process, the new requirements and timelines. We'll discuss engineering data, withdrawals, and you will get a preview of the new Grid Resource Interconnection portal. So Interconnection Resources team, we are mostly virtual right now, so it's nice to put a face to a name. So here are some of our teammates. A few of us are out today, but got myself and Dawn is here. But the rest of the team is up there. So Bob Emmert, Linda Wright, Julie Balch, and Dawn Wilson. So these are who you're talking to. Currently, we have pending tariff appendix KK is awaiting FERC approval. For cluster 15, that is what we will be using. So we did request that it was effective the day after it was filed. So yes, so for cluster 15, please refer to appendix KK, which is listed on the ISO website under pending tariff. We also have posted, as of yesterday, a pending draft BPM to go along with that. Please keep in mind, this is a work in progress. If you have questions or comments as you're looking through that, feel free to reach out and let us know. It has not been through the PRR process as we're not finished with it. It covers up to right before the study process. All right, so in the interconnection process, we are your first step. Interconnection request and study. I'm going to do a quick overview of just the timeline from here until the study starts. So October 1st through December 2nd, we will open the resubmission window. Every customer that had an application in cluster 15 that was deemed complete will need to resubmit their application in the GRIP. All of your information will be submitted there. We will review and respond within 5 business days of completeness, and you will have an opportunity to cure until the close of the window at 5 p.m. on December 2nd. Any applications submitted after 11/21 will likely not have an opportunity to cure. So if you miss something and you submit on or after that date, you will not have time to resubmit for us to re-review. So get your applications in early is the point. And any incomplete applications will not move forward in the process and will be withdrawn. From December of 2024 to February of 25, we will be doing the intake criteria verification. So that's all the behind the scenes engineering stuff that we talked about to see who actually gets to be studied. In February of 25, we will notify customers that either you have passed and met the criteria and you will move to the validation step. You may have tied in that process and you will need to submit an auction bid, or you did not make it through that process and you will not be studied in this cluster. And I'll go over all this in more detail a little bit later. From February to March, the auction winners will be notified. During the auction process, you have 10 business days to submit your bids. If you win the auction, you do have to post your financial security before the end of the customer engagement window. At this point, all projects will move on to the validation process. Between March and May, we will start validating the technical data. You'll be notified 10 business days after you begin validation if your data is valid or not. Anything that needs to be corrected will be re-reviewed within 5 business days, and we will repeat this process until the end of the engagement window. Your application must be valid. All the technical data must be valid before the end of the engagement window. Anything that's not valid at this time will not proceed to the study. We will hold area scoping meetings right before the end of the engagement window. Registration will be required for these and an NDA. we'll go over that process later as well. And in June, everyone's favorite time of year, the cluster study will begin. Any questions up to this point? Okay.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
This is Edgar from Samsung. Are you guys going to do any individual scoping meetings?
No. Due to the FERC order, they've gotten rid of individual scoping meetings. So the meetings will be by zone only. There'll be about 10 meetings because there are 10 zones. And you'll be able to ask questions during the meetings and the engineers will go over the data then.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Joanne Bradley with Ellis Power. In the original timeline for cluster 15, I think the withdrawal period for receiving a full refund of the deposit was through December 31st. Is that kind of different now that the technical package and request has to be complete by early December?
So Joanne, would you clarify? So you are going to refresh your application between October 1st and December 31 and December 2 and then withdraw it by December 31? Is that the question you're asking?
Well, I guess the question is, I mean, obviously you wouldn't want to, so that's why I'm asking, are you kind of deemed withdrawn if you don't have your package in by December 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Okay, so speaking of the interconnection package, there are some changes. And so you'll see up on the screen, everything highlighted in red is something that's a little bit different from previous clusters.
Haley, we do have 3 questions on WebEx if the questions in the room are done.
Yes, please go ahead.
Before we move on? Okay, let's go to Vineet first. Hi, Stacey, can you unmute Vineet?
Hi, this is Vineet from Clearway. When is the end of customer engagement window? Is it 1st May?
The end of the window is December 2nd. Tariff says December 1st, but that's a Sunday. So it's going to be December 2nd at 5 p.m.
And how about the customer engagement window?
The engagement window, I believe, ends the day before the cluster study starts. So I think it's May.
If we are going to go over the schedule multiple times, so, just hang tight. It'll come.
All right,
And
thank
just understand that this is new to us as well, so we don't have it memorized either. So we're relying on our sources, just like you are.
I've got one more question in the room.
Hi, it's Brian Rahman with Z Global. For the existing Cluster 15 applications and their deposits, if those projects discover that they don't have deliverability where they're at and they wouldn't be accepted in, when is their deadline for full deposit refund?
I think it's
If you don't refresh your application by December 2nd, we will refund all of that money to you that we're holding for deposits. So, so I guess it would be December 2nd, because by then we
Okay.
would know that you're not planning on.
And no notification needed, just an absence of an application?
Yeah, well, yeah, that should be good enough, because we'll compare the lists.
Okay, thank you.
We'll probably reach out to you by email just to confirm that you really did not intend.
Yeah.
And
Thank
if
you.
we have time, we'll do it before December 2nd, but no guarantees.
We do have questions in the queue.
We have 3 more questions on WebEx. Do you want to go to them, Brenda?
Yes, please.
Okay, our next one is from Sanjay.
Please give your name affiliation, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Sandra Zhu from Colors. My question is, throughout this engagement window, is ISO going to publish the list of QC15 applications? Like after the window, the December 1st, I'm going to show the initial applications, and after the scoring and auction? Are you going to update that list so people will know who else are in the QC15 and moving forward before you update the queue?
So 10 days after the close of the window, we will post an initial list. And then after the applications in the, I believe it's the February timeframe, when all the applications have been through the engineering process, then we'll post an updated list of who actually will be studied.
Thank you.
Okay, our next hand is from Dinesh.
Hi, good morning. This is Dinesh Salem Natarajan with EAS Consulting. I have a quick question that relates to the version of this presentation. I'm trying to follow this, and the latest I found is a version that was uploaded yesterday. With the information seems, what you're presenting here seems different than that. Is this posted online?
Yes, the link that was posted yesterday is this version. It just doesn't have the housekeeping slides in it.
Okay, so that probably explains the page number difference then.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have now. Thank you.
Okay, we have one last hand on WebEx from Paris.
Hi, good morning. Paris Hayes from Night Peak Energy. Will there be an opportunity to explore alternative POIs for a given project if there aren't going to be individual scoping meetings? And if so, at what point would that be?
So the discussion on alternative POIs will happen after the scoping meeting. It'll happen during the validation phase.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all our hands are on WebEx.
I have one more in the room.
Yes, Eddie Dadashi from Powers Energy. Could you explain the timeline for RFIs by the utilities? How does that work out, within your timeline?
The RFIs
Big request for information, the utilities, 35%, 30% of the score is that. And how does that timeline work, with all those dates that you've identified?
I'm going to let Danielle answer this.
So my understanding is many LSEs have already initiated their RFIs or RFOs or RFPs. And so those may be underway from now until anytime until December. The responses from LSEs or the allocations from LSEs are due to the ISO by December 21st. Actually, there actually may be 1 day difference just to be a business day. But those are ongoing.
Yeah. For those of you that may have an application in cluster 15, the PG&E RFI is due tomorrow, and the SCE RFI is due in early October. And those dates were not advertised. So a lot of the, application 15 holders are kind of surprised why that did not appear on the IPE website so that they could plan for it. And what is the rush for that one to happen so quickly?
So the ISO is not involved in individual RFIs or RFOs or RFPs. So that's the responsibility of each load serving entity and the responsibility of each interconnection customer to participate and track those.
Yeah, but you have a lot of information on the IPE side. Why don't you put the dates for the RFIs on the CalISO website?
Because it's not our responsibility and we don't want to miss something, and we want it to be complete and the responsibility of each of the developers and LSEs.
Thank you.
One more in the room.
Hi, Aisha Bari from Gridstore. I had a question on commercial readiness deposit. Like in the last year's April window, some projects submitted the site control deposit. I was curious if they were transferable directly or we have to put up fresh, LCs for this.
I'm going to ask you to hold your question because we are going to go over the deposits in just a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So in resubmitting your package, take note here, there are some changes, and one of them is they're all highlighted in red. So all the fees and deposits are updated. And like Aisha said, if you have already submitted fees and deposits, we'll talk about that a little bit more later, but they are not transferable. So I'll clarify that point in just a little bit. But you will also need to submit a completed application in the form of Appendix 1, 2, 3, and Attachment A in the GRIP. So previously, you would fill out the Word document, the Excel sheet, and upload everything to RIMS. That's no longer the process, and I will show you a little bit later, but you're going to input everything directly in the GRIP. All your supporting documentation will be uploaded there as well. Site control is different for this round. You do need 90% site control or documentation of regulatory limitation and deposit. And we will define the regulatory limitation and review that a little bit later. Additionally, the requested operating assumptions and control technologies description, if this is applicable to your project. All supporting documentation required for the selections on Appendix 2, that's your scoring criteria. Those are required to be uploaded at the time of application. And if your project is sharing a site with another project, you need the documentation of permission to share the interconnection facilities to be uploaded with your project. Okay, so during the resubmission window, you do have the opportunity to make some modifications to your project. These modifications include a decrease in the electrical output of the project, modification of the technical parameters, modification of the interconnection configuration, modification of the in-service, sync date, trial operation, commercial operation date, a change in deliverability status to a lower deliverability status, be energy only, PCDS, or lower PCDS, and these are all requested. Technological advancements, a change in generation or fuel, an add or increase in storage capacity. However, you may not increase your interconnection service capacity. You may also change your point of interconnection within the same transmission zone. If the ISO redefines the zone boundaries such that your previous zone changes, you have the option to move to either zone during this time frame. So any changes cannot increase your interconnection service capacity or your deliverability requested. Do you have any questions on modifications?
We have one hand on WebEx from Marissa.
Hi, Marissa Martinez, Balance Rock Power. I had a question on slide 17. I was just wondering where we find Appendix 1, 2, and 3 and Attachment A and everything that's updated. You know, we all have interconnection packages that have been created with the way it was structured before, and I've seen Appendix 2 before, so I understand like the things that are on it, such as like your points allocations and your scoring and everything, but I can't seem to find it anymore. I don't know where I found it before.
So it's in the pending tariff KK.
So if I go to the ISO and I go to the tariff page.
So actually, hold on one moment. There is a link in the presentation, but I would like to share. Can I get presenter rights?
Stacy, can you go ahead and give presentation rates to Kaylee?
Just so everyone can see. I will take you, because the ISO homepage has changed, as everyone is aware, I'm sure. So if you go to generation and transmission, then you go to generation. I believe you can scroll down to the bottom of this. No, just kidding. I'm still learning as well, but generation interconnection box. And then you can scroll down to the bottom of this page. Internet's really slow. Okay. And you'll see here under related tariff and business practice manuals are the links to all the pending tariff appendices as well as the draft BPM.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay, one more question.
Okay. We have 2 more questions on WebEx also.
We'll go to WebEx and then we'll come into the room.
Okay, and the next hand is from Kaushal. Hi, we heard you. Can you state your name and affiliation?
Hey, this is Kaushal here from Emerald Renewables. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a couple of questions. One is on site control. So is the 90% site control, does that include Gentai piece or Gentai separate?
Gentai is separate.
So Gentai is not part of this basically, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then I have a next question is on the acceptable for the changes acceptable. Is the storage duration changes are acceptable? Like if we have a 8-hour plan and then we want to change it to 4-hour or vice versa?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I have another last question is about the I think it was on the first or second slide about the auction. I'm trying to understand what is that auction related to?
I will go over the auction in detail later, but as we're going through the scoring process, any projects that tie at that 150% level will be required to either participate in auction or withdraw.
Okay. Okay, I think we'll wait for the whenever you go into that details. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Do we have one more on WebEx?
Yeah, the next hand is Vineet, and then one more hand went up too.
Hi, Vinny from Clearway. Can you talk a little more about the defining of the zones that you mentioned? If I understand it correctly, the list of zones against the POI is already published. Is there going to be a change in that published data?
So I do believe an updated list is coming out and there are a few changes. So yes.
So the POIs that are published right now, some of them would no longer be in the same zone. And then
that's
if they are in different zone, IC can move in any of the zones. Is that correct?
not any of the zones, but the 2 zones that the original zone and the new zone, they can move between either of those.
Okay. And the original zone comes from which list?
It would be whatever's posted right now. Or what was posted when they first posted the list in April, I think.
See, can you publish both of them? So that
I will check, but I
will
believe
know.
both are still posted online. But I will
Okay.
check on that.
Yep.
I've got 2 hands in the room.
Brian again with Z Global. With regard to the published information, the stuff that was published on August 30th, there's some corrections that need to be made. I know I've spoken with some of the folks at the ISO. When will we get that updated list? People are really looking at those numbers for the RFIs and so forth.
Benay is going to go over that information in just a little bit. Yes.
Sam Abuljoud from Z Global as well. So I just want to ask a question about the deposits. I know you mentioned that they're non-transferable. So does that mean that the previous study deposit and the in lieu of deposit, if it applied for the site control, all of that will be refunded and a new set of deposit would be required? And if so, another question that we get a lot is how long does it usually take for the refund to kick in?
So the study deposits will stay with your project. However, and then you'll just true up. So if you owe more, then you'll resubmit. If we owe you a refund, then with the proper documentation, we'll refund you. But the site control deposit will be refunded. You cannot use that to move over to your study deposit or any other deposits.
Okay, thank you.
I see you.
Hi, this is Ruhua from Candela Renewables here. I have a question regarding the site control requirements on the public land. Does ISO intend to change the current requirements for site control demonstration on public land, especially on BLM land?
We do have an update to that, and I will go over it in just a little bit.
Thank you.
We had a question in the Q&A. The question was, can we switch voltages on the same substation POI if it means switching to a different study deliverability area?
So I'll say no, unless your project was one of those that the study area changed. And I've got one more in the room.
Yes, Eddie did actually Powers Energy. This is related to my earlier question. So if you can make changes to your project, including moving the point of interconnection between October and November, then the RFI requests specific information in September. How could that happen? You don't know your POI because you're working on it between, October and November, and the utility RFIs want information in September. Something is not.
Danielle's going to answer.
Yeah, I can't speak to the timing of each individual LSE's RFI. I think that's an issue if you want to take up with the individual LSE that has a solicitation ending before the request modification window opens, then you can take that up individually with them.
Okay.
We have 3 more hands on WebEx too.
Okay, thank you. The other thing that I want to add is, as you can tell, there is a lot of information required to submit an interconnection request. And I sure hope that you are not going to start gathering that information on October 1st. I hope most of you have the majority of the information that you're going to need, and selecting a POI is probably one of the earliest things that you have to do in order to get your project going. So sure, we talk like there's a lot of flexibility in moving your POI, but there isn't that much flexibility. Your POI is going to be tied to your site, and you should already have that site locked down in order to show us 90%. So, I mean, yes, we talk like you have a lot of flexibility, but really you don't. And I sure hope you guys are getting started. Like, if you're not started already, that you get started today.
The issue is cluster 15. The applications were submitted in April of 2023, and then now all of a sudden a whole bunch of information is available. So a lot of people are considering moving their POI. So maybe in the future, cluster 16 and beyond, things could be different. But for cluster 15, there's a big issue among the developer industry.
Thank you. Things will definitely be different for cluster 16.
One more in the room, and then we'll go to WebEx.
Hi, Aisha from Gridstore. Kaylee, actually, I think we can switch voltages, because I asked guys over email this question and I was told we could, but this is a couple of months ago. So please correct me if I'm wrong.
So if you're in the same study area, you
Yeah.
can switch voltages.
Yes,
But if it
okay.
changes your study area, then you cannot.
Okay, that's very helpful. Yeah, thank you. And so the new study area allocation list, that's not going to be like an updated cluster 15Q spreadsheet, right? That's going to be just substations and the area assignment like you guys did previously.
I'm going to let Vinay talk about that later whenever he goes over the data.
Okay, yeah.
And we can go to the questions in WebEx.
Okay, currently we've got 2 hands. The first one is from Kaushal.
This is Kaushal from Emran again. So when is the infeasibility if arises due to multiple projects trying to connect to the same POI? Is that going to be determined in this process?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So if there's multiple projects trying to connect to the same POI, and at what point that infeasibility exists, if there is any in such situations, when that's going to be determined? So the projects knows that they need to move forward, and who gets to move ahead first?
Generally,
POI?
Benay is going to go ahead and answer that.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Good morning. This is Benay from ISO. So there's two ways to look at it. From the deliverability capacity perspective, it's part of the intake process, right? So once it goes through the scoring process and the project selection based on the scoring, if there are a lot of projects behind a POI that has capacity, then only project with the higher score up to the 150% of that capacity can move forward. So that stays when we will know which project is moving forward from the deliverability capacity perspective. From reliability interconnection perspective, we won't know through the intake process. Once the project gets selected and goes through the meetings, scoping meetings, thank you. So it may come up in those meetings if there is issues from the interconnection perspective. In my presentation a little bit later, I'm going to talk about the restrictions, particularly to the PG&E PTO. There are those, but I'll just stop there. Hopefully that answers your question. If there's any follow-up, let me know.
Yeah, thank you so much. But is that from timing? Could be chances of getting any conflict where we are looking at two different ways from the delivery point of view and then physically from interconnection point of view? Is there any chances of happening there, or that thing's going to be taken into account in both process? Or my understanding is going to be taken into account so that there is no conflicting situation later on.
I think the short answer is from deliverability capacity perspective, we know through the intake process. From the reliability perspective, we don't know. Hopefully, the intake process, as we are restricting to 150%, hopefully there aren't a lot of projects in terms of the number moving forward at the same POI. Hopefully that'll help from the reliability interconnection perspective. But as long as it is at the POI where it's not restricted, there should be it may be, a relatively large interconnection scope, but technically it should be feasible.
Okay. And thank you so much. And I have another question for deposit related. So what point or time these study deposit application fee and readiness deposits are required? Are they required the same time or at different timings?
All of the deposits and fees are due when you submit your application. So you won't be able to submit your application without uploading the documentation that you have provided your deposits. Do we have any more specific questions to the modifications? Because we are going to go over a lot of this data later. We just got to get to it. So I've got two in the room.
Josh Gordon, SMUD. Does the ISO have an acceptable form for demonstration of site control? Like demonstration can be vague?
We do. However, it's been migrated to the GRIP platform. So you can see online a version of the form. It's in the interconnection study area under submit an interconnection request. And all the data that's on there, you'll need to input into the GRIP.
Thank you.
Yes, and I see you.
Many POIs connecting to existing transmission lines are not included. This is Nabiyu Imer from Invenergy. They are not included in the POI list that's posted on the ISO website. How are developers are going to use that information to assess their POIs if they are not listed?
Thank you for your question. Benay is going to go over that in just a little bit. Any more specific questions to modifications?
And Kaylee, we do have 3 questions, 3 hands still up on the WebEx. I think their hands are still up that they're specific. Do you want to go to the next one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Nam, go ahead.
Hi, it's Nam with Pramagy Solar. I just want to know if there's a site control acreage requirement. For example, like 5 acres per megawatt for PV. If that's going to
The
get
site control requirements, we're going to go over in just a little bit, but they are in the BPM and they are later in this presentation.
I think.
Okay, our next hand is from Sharon.
Hi, this is Shireen from Mission Clean Energy. On the modifications, I asked this question in chat before, but we had a little bit of discussion after that. So if a POI within the same deliverability zone, can we change the POI if it is a switch from a WDAT POI to a KISO POI?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Within the same deliverability
no,
zone.
okay.
Sorry.
No. Any project that was moved to the WDAT process is already moved over there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, our last hand on WebEx is from Dinesh.
Hi, this is Dinesh Salem Natarajan with EAS Consulting. With regard to modifications, I want to make sure I'm interpreting the words being told here. So when you say that a POI cannot be moved from one TPD zone to another, you're just referring to the standard TPD zone, not so much the TPD constraints that separate different POIs within a given zone. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes, this is Vinay from ISO, yes.
Okay, thanks, Vinay.
I see one more in the room.
Shukul Mazari from Savian. For the site control, if we have a few parcels of land which are shared between 2 different project filings, do we need to submit some kind of a co-location agreement with that?
As long as there are 2 projects that are owned by the same IC, then you do not. But when you go to upload your information to the portal, it will have a section that says, is this sharing with another project? And you'll need to fill out that section.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to add that both projects need the full 90%. You can't share the 90%.
Okay,
We have one more
we're going to
hand.
move.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Pushkar Wagle.
Pushkar
go ahead.
from Flynn Resource Consultants. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I missed the earlier part, so my question might not be viable, but just a follow-up question on the WDT projects. When you're studying them, as I understand, those WDT projects are the ones that PTO will transfer that to be studied as part of for deliverability purposes. But would it be also subject to the 150% available transmission capacity constraint? Would that be sort of determination that you would be making, or you would just accept those WDAT projects for studying for deliverability purposes in the cluster studies?
Hey, Dinesh, this is Vinay from ISO. No, those WDAT projects will not be counted towards the 150% as part of the KISO queue intake process. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you for the confirmation, Vinay. That's all I had.
Okay, and we're going to move forward. All right, so next we're going to go with the project naming requirement. So as you all know, names are important when you're on the floor and you're trying to get a generating unit to move up or down, and you have to say beepity bop. It gets difficult, especially if all projects have the same name. So I know it's hard on you, but choose unique names. We have already notified many of you that you will need to change the name of your project. You will not change your project name at this time. When you go to resubmit your project, you must use the project name that is listed currently online in the queue report that's called Cluster 15 Interconnection Requests. If you do not, you will not be able to submit your application. Okay, so we will notify you later when we do want to do those project name changes. But you do have the list of prohibited project names list that you are welcome to check at any time. If a part of your name shows up on that list, choose a different name, please. Thank you. Okay, so deposits and fees. So the updated deposits and fees are, the application fee is 500,000. That's a flat fee. And then you have the study deposit. So for projects 80 megawatts, less than 80 megawatts is 35,000 plus 100,000 for every megawatt. Between 80 megawatts and 200, it's 150,000. Anything over 200 is 250,000. Both the application fee and study deposit will come to the ISO. It can be cash or, it can be a check or a wire. And then you're also responsible for the commercial readiness deposit, and that is 2 times your study deposit, and that will be submitted to your particular PTO. Should you choose to be a merchant project, you will also submit a merchant option deposit, which is $10,000 per megawatt of all the requested deliverable capacity, a minimum of 500,000, maximum of 5 million. And if you fall in the category of a regulatory limitation for site control, you're also responsible for that deposit, which is $10,000 per megawatt with a 500,000 minimum and a 2 million maximum. If your project does fall into the auction category, you will also be responsible for this deposit. It will be due before the end of the customer engagement window in May. And that's going to be the dollar amount of the lowest bid in the zone times your project megawatt at POI. And that will get communicated to you when you're notified that you won the auction. The deposits, other than auction deposit, are due at the time of your application submission. As I mentioned before, you will not be able to submit your application without uploading the banking documents that show you have submitted those deposits. And I know there was a question on if you have already submitted deposits, if you can move those around. Any study deposit that you've already submitted will be applied towards this study deposit. And I believe that accounting has already notified customers of the updated forms they'll need for refunds. And the portal will tell you the amount that is due for your project. So you'll see that in the portal whenever you go to log in, and you should know how much you already paid. But if you have any questions, go ahead and reach out to us. The commercial readiness, the merchant option deposit, the site control deposit, all go to the PTO. And then the application fee and study deposit go to the ISO. Yes.
Brian with Z Global. For energy-only non-reimbursable projects, do they have to do the commercial readiness deposit?
That's a good question. Let me look into that.
Okay, thank you.
We do have 3 hands on WebEx as well.
Can you write that? I'm sorry, we can look. Go ahead, questions on the WebEx.
Okay, let's go to Marissa.
Hi, Marissa Martinez, Balanced Rock Power. I actually have a very similar question, so if we don't have the answer right now, that's fine. But my question is there a similar deposit for the non-reimbursable energy only option to that of the merchant option? So my understanding was that non-reimbursable energy only would still be subject to a commercial readiness deposit, but I also like the way the previous question was asked of if it's even required at all. And then if it is, what is the magnitude of it?
Like I said, we will look that up. I believe the commercial readiness deposit is required, but the merchant option deposit is not. So we'll look that up and get back to you.
Awesome. Thank you.
We have one in the room.
Michael Porter, PG&E. Just want to get the distribution or allocation of those deposits that you indicated. I think you said some are to the PTO and others are to the ISO. So just want to hear that again, please.
Absolutely. So the application fee and study deposit will go to the ISO. The commercial readiness deposit, merchant option deposit, site control deposit, and auction deposit will all go to the PTO. I'm sorry, I I was mistaken. The site control deposit will come to the ISO as well.
So just to be able to relate that again, so application, study deposit, both, and site control, all to the CAISO. Then commercial readiness, merchant deposit, and auction, if I heard correctly, all come to the PTO.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Our next hand on WebEx is from Kathleen.
Hello, this is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you so much. This is great so far. Really appreciate it. Just a couple quick questions. I appreciate you doing that one more time, and for folks re-asking that question. My follow-up is just a confirmation that I want to confirm the merchant option deposit it's being provided to the PTO, but it's being used against the network upgrades that merchant project might be responsible for. So if like the network upgrade needed for the merchant project to interconnect, let's say it was lower than whatever is collected for the merchant option deposit, that portion, is it refundable?
We're going to take that. Yeah, sorry. I'm using my mic.
We'll take that back. I do believe if you make it all the way to the end and your project goes commercial, then yes, it's refundable. But if you withdraw at any point in time, I do believe it's forfeited.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Great job.
Okay, our next hand is from Tosin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Yep. So, Tosin Kasali from Haggerty Grid. If an interconnection customer had submitted a deposit by cash, would they be able to have that refunded and change their interconnection security to an LC or any of the other accepted securities?
I'm going to pass that to Shannon.
This is Shannon from CAISO. Can you repeat that, please?
So if an interconnection customer has submitted their deposit by cash, would they be able to have that refunded and then submit any other like acceptable security to fulfill their deposit when they're like revalidating their interconnection request?
So are you asking if you could wire money or send us a check instead of the cash? Is that what you're asking?
Well, not in essence, asking if okay, we submitted cash back in 2023 and we want to submit an LC instead now that we have a chance to revalidate, can we do that?
We don't take letters of credit at the ISO. So if you're speaking for the study deposit, it has to be a wire or a check.
Okay.
So no.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, our next hand is from Dinesh.
Hi, this is Dinesh Salem Natarajan with EAS Consulting. I'm just trying to understand the sequencing of the two steps. An interconnection customer has already made an applicable study deposit and a site control deposit, for example, to enter the queue last year. So come October 1st, if they are to resubmit, into the new system, would they have to repost or make a new, let's say if they're choosing wire, say they need to make new wire transfers for the application fee, the study deposit, and the commercial readiness, and maybe site control in addition to what is already there, and then later you would refund what was provided to the CAISO last year? Is that how it would work out?
So everyone will need to submit the application fee because no one has done that before. Your study deposit, if the study deposit you've already submitted covers the new amount of the study deposit, then you do not need to make a change there. But you will need to submit the commercial readiness deposit to the PTO. So you'll need to true up whatever's there.
Okay.
And if you submitted site control deposit and you do not, like you're required to have site control unless you meet the regulatory limitation. So if you meet the regulatory limitation and you've already submitted a deposit and it matches the amount required, then you do not need to true up. But if you submitted a deposit and you now have site control, you'll be refunded. If you submit a deposit and you don't have site control, you will be withdrawn.
Okay. So if a customer
And we'll refund the difference.
Okay. Now, if a customer makes a submission on October 1, so the only portion that gets adjusted from what was already paid to the ISO last year, or provided to the ISO last year, would be the site deposit. And they might have to additionally just do whatever is needed to make the commercial readiness deposit. But in terms of getting the refund, in terms of timeline, what would any excess out of the study deposit already posted with the ISO, when would that be refunded? Is that going to be within this timeline, or is it going to be sometime next year?
It'll probably be in the February timeframe.
Okay, okay, thank
you. I've got one in the room.
Hi, this is Mohammed Asir Rafiq from Z Global. My question is regarding, you're saying that the commercial readiness deposit is going to go to the PTO for previous submissions. Appendix 1 had the KISO account information, but how are we going to pay to the PTO? Is KISO going to give us that information? Is it going to be on the GRIP?
So the information is already posted on the ISO website under participating transmission owners, financial instruments. Okay.
Thank you.
And how many questions do we have online?
WebEx.
Okay, I'll take
let's
those
go to
last
Vineet.
two and then we're going to move on.
Okay, Vineet is next.
Hi, Vineet from Clearway. Of these deposits, what needs to be submitted on GRIP? Is it so like we send the wire to KISO and then we use PTO's financial instrument, whatever bonds, LC. And once that's done, those like copies of PDF and whatnot, they need to be uploaded to GRIP.
So the information you receive from the bank, like the wire receipt, is what will be uploaded there. If it's a letter of credit, whatever financial form you have from the bank, you would upload there as well.
So only after we submit the deposits to KISO and to PTO we can submit the application.
That's correct.
That, okay. So till that, we won't be able to submit the application.
That is correct.
I see. Okay.
Pay first, submit later.
Okay, one last hand on WebEx from Maya.
Hi, this is Maya Habib with Intersect Power. I have a question on the auction deposit. It says the lowest winning bid in zone. My understanding is typically the auctions will happen on a constraint basis. So, once you have more capacity than needed and you have equal scores for several IRs, that's usually when it's done. Am I understanding this wrong? And can you clarify what do you mean by the winning bid in zone?
So that language is directly from the tariff.
Okay. I guess. Go ahead.
So it is going to be by constraint, but then it'll be all the constraints in one zone will take the lowest bid and that will be applied to the whole zone.
Okay, so basically like at each of the constraints, whoever bids highest is the IR that would proceed, but they would only have to pay whatever the lowest in that zone, basically dollar per megawatt is.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on. Okay. Deposits and fees are due at the time of submission. All payments should be individual and specify project name, if it is the study fee, the study deposit, commercial readiness deposit, or regulatory limitation site control. For example, one project will have 3 to 4 financial instruments. If you're submitting a wire, we want 4 wires, 1 for each process. If you submit multiple projects, each project needs to have its own wires. So if you submit 1 wire for $20 million, we're going to send it back to you. We want individual wires for each part of the process and for each project. Okay? All right, next we're going to get to the application. Fun stuff. All right, application will be submitted on the portal. All the information for Appendix 1, 2, 3, and Attachment A will be input into GRIP. All the supporting documentation must be uploaded in the application. You will not be able to submit the application with incomplete fields or missing documentation. You can always start your application and then come back later and finish, but you will not be able to hit submit unless you've uploaded and completed everything that's required. The scoring criteria is in the portal. You'll fill it out there. Applications choosing FCDR, oh my gosh, FCDR, yeah, FCDS, R, F, okay. Requested, yes. FCDS, PCDS, energy only, reimbursable, requested will be required to submit self-scores. You'll input your own scores for each field and attach the supporting documentation, and I'm going to go over that. The scoring documentation may only be submitted during the application window. We will not be reviewing it until you move to that part of the process, but if you submit a score and you do not submit supporting documentation, hello? Okay. Your score will be removed and you will not have the opportunity to resubmit those documents. So make sure you get everything in correctly the first time. Okay, so the documentation you need for the scoring criteria. The commercial interest points are going to be provided directly from the LSE or the non-LSE to the ISO. So we will enter those scores. Okay, project viability points, the engineering design plan, you will not submit your actual plan. You will just submit the form that's listed on the website. It needs to have the PE stamp and all the signatures on it, but you do not need to submit the actual form. So your engineer is going to say, here's our plan for our project. We are X% finished, and I attest that this is all true. Okay. The expansion plans will be verified with the PTO. This is where you really need your documentation. Description of your expansion, your executed GIA, a notice to proceed, construction activities documentation. Anything you think we're going to need, upload it. It's better to have more information than for us to be like, well, they didn't really do it, so they don't get the points. Okay, 1 minute. I see. And then the system need points will be verified with the existing reports, so you do not need to upload anything there. Okay, I will now take questions. I saw one up here first.
So, Shukul Mazari from Savion. This PE stamp, is this required from a PE in California or anywhere in the United States?
Anywhere in the US is acceptable.
Brian with Global. I'm assuming we're going to go over it, but the new GRIP program, I just want to be sure it's an easy process for consultants to get access for their clients, because we usually put all the information in and they need a lot of guidance with it.
The process is very easy. Yes. It's a very easy, very straightforward, very much if you have entered a number that doesn't match, if you have missed something, it very much lets you know immediately, instant feedback.
I guess, how does the consultant get access to, are there certs involved that the client, the customer has to give to us? That whole process. I know there's a lot of security here.
So the access initially will be just like RIMS, where you click the button, you make an account, you log in, and you're good to go. And then, so like RIMS right now, you get your registration code, and then you log in and you create your application, right? And then later on, once your application is valid, then you get all the certificates. So it'll be the same process. And yes, I will go over it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I saw 2 in the back.
Hi, Louis Bickoff, ES Volta. I had a question. If any of these elements were to get severed during the FERC approval process, how would that impact kind of the timing and the submission requirements?
I cannot answer that question at the moment. But I can say that as far as the portal goes, if we decided not to do scoring, we could just turn off that section and then you wouldn't submit that section. Everything else is still submittable and things like that. So it might take us a couple of days to get that turned off so you could continue with the application, but it's possible.
Okay, and we do have 3 hands on the WebEx.
I've got one more in the room and then we'll go to the WebEx.
Sounds good.
Yes, regarding the application fee schedule, is that for cluster 16 and beyond, or does it apply to cluster 15?
The fee schedule applies to cluster 15.
So if somebody did an application between 80 and 200 megawatts, they're going to get some money back?
They would get refunded the difference, yes.
And when would that be?
In February-ish.
In February, okay. The second question is the site control in cluster 15 was 500K. Are they, I mean, for cluster 15, they required to put additional money for site control?
If you meet the regulatory limitation, then the site control deposit is calculated based off your project megawatts with a minimum of 500,000.
So they have to true up that deposit?
You will have to true up that
In
deposit.
February?
No, you'll have to true that up when you submit your application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I've got 3 on the WebEx and then we'll come back to the room.
Okay, our first WebEx hand is from Marissa.
Hi, Marissa Martinez, Balance Rock Power. I have 2 questions. The first regarding the commercial interest points on the form itself. So if, from what I understood, CAISO is entering the LSE points, are we still able to fill out our anticipated points in our form when we submit still?
No, you're not.
Ah, okay, so it should be blank, even though, because Appendix 2, last time I saw it, had an option for that. I haven't looked at the new one. But if
Yes,
there was a
no,
field,
the
we leave it
appendix
blank.
the appendix does have the option for it. In the portal, there is not an option for you to fill it in.
Okay, so is it okay if we put it in our Appendix 2 of what we
So
would
you're not going to
anticipate?
be submitting the Appendix 2. The Appendix 2 in the tariff is for reference, and all of that information will be entered directly into GRIP.
Okay, understood. And then the second question was if CAISO has any requirements for the engineering drawings in terms of a percentage basis. So defining like 30%, 40%, 50%.
That is for your engineer, so it's for your process. Your engineer should develop the design plan and attest to how far your project is in that design plan.
Okay. And then which design plans are needed? Is it electrical, civil, like which disciplines of sets?
So your engineer should develop the design plan for the whole project and then should attest to how far you guys are into developing your project.
Okay. All right. Understood. Thank you.
Okay, our next hand is from Vince.
Hi, Vinny from Clearway. On the engineering design plan, there's this do not submit in front of it. Can you explain it again, maybe? Like, what do you need to see versus what you do not?
I'm sorry, I missed your question. Can you repeat that?
The engineering design plan says like do not submit in front of it. I just want to understand one more time, what do you want from IC versus what do you not want?
There's a form on the ISO website. I'm going to see if I can pull it up. Can I get presenter rights again?
And in the meantime, in the draft BPM that's posted on the ISO website, there is a description of the engineering design plan. And so it tells you all the things that you should be looking at, your engineer should be looking at with regard to what we think an engineering design plan should contain.
That's in
Okay.
draft BPM, you said?
Yes, draft BPM.
I see.
And back on the generation interconnection page, if you click interconnection request and study and scroll down to interconnection, submit an interconnection request for study, interconnection study options, you will see here the engineering design plan form. And I will show you all what it looks like. Okay. And so our engineering design plan requirements, all plans, specifications, engineering calculations, including mechanical, engineering, and structural, working drawings, diagrams, details, and other relevant data for the equipment procurement, installation, and completion of the generation facility within a defined area. This includes maps, profiles, plans, and other necessary data to detail the location, nature of work, and property that may be affected. So your engineer will fill this out and place their seal here. You're also an authorized interconnection customer representative must sign as well. Emily, sorry.
While Kaylee is pulling that up, I just want to make it very clear that GRIP is an online web form essentially with blanks where you enter information, blanks where you upload information. So you can use the printed Appendix 1, 2, 3 on the ISO website as a guide for the information that you will need to be entering into GRIP, but all of that information gets entered in fields, just like you're filling out an online form. I just want to make that really clear. It's not a separate document that you fill out and upload. If we see that you have filled out the Appendix 1 and upload it, thank you very much, but you still need to fill out all those specific boxes on that web form.
There's no place for you to upload those forms. They're also not available to be filled out. Okay, so everyone can see the engineering. The only form that's online has big red letters across it that says, do not fill this out. Please do not send that to me in an email asking, where do I upload this? Okay, so you guys can see the engineering design plan form. That top paragraph is what I was reading. That is what's in the BPM as a definition of engineering design plan requirements. I'm going to stop sharing so I can get back to the PowerPoint, but I do see 2 hands in the room.
Before we move on, I have one more question on the expansion points. It says verified with PTO. So IC has to verify that this information with PTO somehow, or
No, the ISO is going to verify the information that you submit with what the PTO has.
I see.
Too quick. Brian with the Global again.
Sorry.
Go ahead, finish your question.
Yeah, on the last point, in terms of, so essentially we have to provide all this, right? Description, executed GIA, NTP, and also the construction activity documents. And then CAISO will go and verify that against PTO, or everything is here will be verified with PTO.
Anything you submit in this section, we will verify with the PTO. And you need to submit enough documentation that we can verify that you meet the requirements.
Brian with the Global. Two quick questions on this. For the design, it's very subjective, obviously, by the engineer stamping, and I fear that that's an area, because this is scoring, it could be, manipulated a little bit. It would be really great if we had very simple punch lists. These are the things that we would expect in a 30% design. I wouldn't expect most projects to be much past a 30% design at this phase. Just a suggestion there. And the last one, for the benefit of some of my specific clients, long lead time resources. We're referring to things like offshore wind, correct? Things that take a long time to build.
Yeah, and there are more details in the tariff and the BPM with regard to those system need categories, local RA and long medium resources.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your suggestion. If you could email that to us, that'd be great. This is our first time rolling out all of this, so we're open to suggestions and, work with us through this process.
You bet. We've been getting a lot of questions around the design piece and are getting ready to prepare people.
Thank you.
Okay, we have three more hands on WebEx.
Okay, I'm going to go to the 3 in the room and then I'll go to WebEx.
I've had extensive discussions with several folks at the ISO. I'm going to explain the design portion. You can go beyond 50%, but your maximum score stops at 50%. And your design has to be the plant and the substation. The gen-tie is not part of the design requirement. And the reason is that you don't know whether the gen-tie is going to be underground or overhead. But your design has to be as such that when you go into construction, you hand that to your engineering procurement company, and they take that design and take it to 100% for construction. Just want to make sure that's clear to everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, along the lines, Marvin Zavala, Central Infrastructure. Along the lines of the 30% design, the gentleman mentioned a bullet point list, which is a great idea. One more question along those lines is, typically at a 30% design, you already have an idea of what your long lead items are, and you already have that information in order to do that kind of design. So maybe a little bit of clarification if those components are going to be part of the 30% design, and they should be very clearly detailed in your punch list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to the 3 on WebEx, and then we're going to go ahead and move on.
Okay, our next WebEx hand is from Alex.
Hi, Alex Martinez, Golden State. Just going back to a previous slide, I noticed that our PTO does not have the commercial readiness financial security information posted on the CAISO website. I was just wondering when CAISO plans on updating the website with that information.
Can you let me know which PTO it is?
LS Power.
Okay, I will look into that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next hand is from Dinesh.
This is Dinesh Salem Natarajan with EAS Consulting. Existing interconnection customer, and this is very specific to cluster 15. Existing interconnection customers, have been following the changes that are coming, but I think they might be blindsided by the fact that in addition to the deposits that's already been posted, there's going to be a period of time, and beginning maybe in about 50 days from now, they need to come up with a duplicate set of funds to make the to enter into the cluster. So I'm just kind of curious, is there discussion or reasoning why the CAISO cannot just return the funds that you have received last year right away without having to wait? Because anyway, all these customers have to re-enter the queue. They need to resubmit the application, resubmit the fees and everything, right? Has that been considered, or is there a reason to not do that right now?
Well, so you're not resubmitting your fee. So like if your study deposit is being, put towards your new study deposit, you just have to true it up. But the application fee was never required and the commercial readiness deposit was never required. So those things are new, and you've been notified for a long time that those are going to be due. The site control deposit, if you still have a regulatory limitation, then you're just truing it up. So I don't think you're duplicating funds. I think everything is being just put to where it goes. And the refund process takes time. So
yeah, I think the duplication that I'm referring to, for example, relates to, you're correct in that the study deposit could get adjusted. But for small projects, what they've already posted is sufficient to cover both the study deposit and the commercial readiness deposit that needs to go to the PTO. But under the current sequence of things, they would have to wait until February to get the refund of the excess, but they would have to pony up an LC or funds to make the posting for commercial readiness. That's the aspect I was referring to.
Yes, thank you for that. What I will say is, we are doing the best that we can, and we already have things in place to do those refunds as soon as possible, but we need to be able to see what is being resubmitted so that we can do the accounting and do the truing up of the funds that are owed for the resubmitted application versus those funds that are going to be returned. So we can't start making those determinations until we receive your resubmitted application. And there really isn't a reason why we would wait. So after we get your resubmitted application, if we determine that you get a refund, then we can start processing that.
Yeah, okay, where I was going was perhaps there's efficiency on CAISO's side to wait until later to true up and refund rather than just issue a refund to everybody right away and then just accept the complete set of payments beginning October 1.
Yeah, we elected not to do that.
Okay, thank you.
We elected to have customers true up. Okay, we got to move on.
Okay, moving forward, that was the 3, right? Okay.
We had one more hand that, do you want to come back to that one?
Okay. I'll do the
Okay,
last hand on WebEx.
Okay, Hubert, go ahead.
So Hubert Liu, can you review the refundability of the deposit after December 2nd?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hubert Liu, Ecoplexus. Can you review the refundability of the deposits after December 2nd? And at which point in time can you withdraw and get full refunds, and at which point study costs may be incurred and we would just get whatever has not been spent at the time of withdrawal?
Yeah, we're going to go over withdrawals later in the presentation.
Okay,
I'm going to do
great.
one more in the room. I'll do 2 more in the room, and then we're going to move on.
This is Max Code with Pattern Energy. These should be quick questions. I just want to confirm that for the expansion points, the executed GIA, like all that documentation is for the existing project or the project under construction?
The existing project.
Okay. And will the expansion have its own GIA, or will that be like amended in the original?
We won't have a GIA yet because it's just entering the study process.
I mean, at the end of the process.
Oh, I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, that'll be determined later when it comes time to negotiating the GIA. It could be an amendment or it could be a new GIA.
Okay, thank you. And then just a vocab question. Going back to some of the previous slides, the merchant option is only available in a merchant zone, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, last one in the back.
Can you hear me? Hi, Emma, Mission Clean Energy. Two really quick questions, hopefully, on the system needs scoring criteria. First, just want to clarify that field would be populated by the ISO.
No, you're going to put your own points in the system need areas.
Okay, great. And then in that case, it says that CAISO will post that information describing the areas and sub areas that have a deficiency of generator capacity for this validation criteria. Where is that information posted?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I will look and let you know.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on. Site control, as defined in the tariff, is ownership of a lease or ownership or leasehold interest in an option to purchase or acquire leasehold interest property upon which generating facility will be located, consisting of a minimum of 90% of the acreage reasonably necessary to accommodate the generating facility. So this table is in the BPM. We did post it late last year, I think. It did go through the PRR process. We did get a few comments during that process, and this is what we came out with. If you have more comments, I am happy to hear them in an email. If you submit a project and you believe you need less acreage than is listed in this table, you are required to submit an engineering diagram that is dimensioned to show the acreage that your project requires. I've been getting a few battery projects that are in this gray area, which is not a problem at all. But please, when you provide our team these documents, I review a lot of them. Please make sure engineers put the dimensions on there. It's not fun to take a ruler and find the scale and measure all the things. And it's easy for the engineers to pull a dimension line. So when you're speaking with them, just ask them to make my life a little bit easier, please. Okay. So we're going to go over regulatory limitation definition. So this is for all your public land projects, okay? Regulatory limitation exists in cases where a project developer is awaiting regulatory approval for applications on public sites, trust land, including land that's controlled or managed by any federal, state, or local agency. Regulatory limitations only apply to circumstances in which the regulatory process for obtaining site control does not conclude prior to or is somehow dependent on the project developer being further along in the ISO interconnection queue. The CAISO will not consider a regulatory limitation in circumstances where the project developer did not apply to the appropriate agency with sufficient time in a process that would have otherwise allowed the project developer to receive site control before being required to show the ISO. That being said, if you believe your project is on land that has a regulatory limitation, please provide an affidavit that describes the regulatory limitation, documents the project land rights process for the specific agency you're going through, and demonstrates where the project is in the land rights process with supporting documentation. We are looking for developer support. We are not experts in real estate. So we're looking for your help to let us know what is the process you're going through, how are you being held up, and how far along are you in this process? There are a lot of agencies siting on public lands, and honestly, you guys probably know a lot more than we do, so share the knowledge. If you submit an application with a regulatory limitation, you must submit the deposit to the ISO. It's $10,000 per megawatt with a minimum of 500,000, a maximum of 2 million. All site control deposits are fully refundable. Do we have any questions on regulatory limitations?
We do
All
have
right,
one
awesome.
on WebEx. Actually, we have 2 questions on WebEx.
All right, I'll go to WebEx first.
So close. Maya is our first hand.
Hi, this is Maya Habib with Intersect Power. I'm sorry, my hand is left over from the previous slides. And it's regarding the non-LSC, sorry. Can you go back like 2 slides? One more, yeah, there you go. So regarding the scores received from LSC or non-LSC, I'm talking specifically about non-LSC. Is the affidavit from a non-LSC is required to be submitted by the non-LSC entity, or is this something that the interconnection customers should include in their applications? And
no,
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, finish your question, sorry.
The other piece of that question is whether there's a form or an affidavit form that that CAISO is planning to publish, or we should just use our own.
So the non-LSC should submit the document to the ISO, and the form is listed on the ISO website under the commercial interest section.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, and we have one hand from Vineet.
Hi, on page 23, the acreage requirement, those are for 100% site control, right? We need to meet 90% of this.
Yes, you need to meet 90% of this. And if your project is sharing land with another project, you need to add up both projects' megawatts and they must meet the total.
Okay, got it. And in terms of the regulatory limitation, the definition itself, that should come from BPM, and but that's not yet defined, right?
It is in the BPM. It is not in Appendix A of the tariff with the definitions. And I'm not sure if it's going to get added or not.
I see. So the support that KAISO is, or the information that KAISO is looking for from interconnection customer, is that like a separate process of BPM, or is it something totally different, where the BPM comments are submitted as to what regulatory limitations might be?
We're not asking for BPM comments on our definition of regulatory limitation.
I just want to make sure you
So what is
understand what a
ISO?
BPM is. I just want to explain. A BPM is a business practice manual, and it is a document that is more friendly to use than the actual tariff. So it pretty much explains and describes what the tariff is communicating. So when we talk about it's in the BPM and in the tariff, it's a requirement of the tariff and it is described in the BPM.
Yeah, right. I was trying to understand here when you say ISO is looking for IC support to help understand land rights, what are you exactly asking for? And as I understand, it's not BPM, right?
Yeah, so what we're saying is just that in your affidavit, you are going to tell us what the regulatory limitation is, what the process is for the specific agency you're waiting on, and where you are in the process. From that information, we will learn about all the different processes that are happening. So we're not asking you specifically to give us anything additional, just when you fill out this affidavit, that's what we're looking for, and we will be learning from what you're submitting.
I see. Okay.
Okay, I'm moving on. I've got 2 in the room.
Hi, this is Ruhua from Candela Renewables again. On this affidavit here, do you have a standard form on your website that we can download and see how we can fill that affidavit?
We do not, because the scope is so broad, we wanted to leave it open to you to show us what you can and make it open.
Sounds good. Thank you. And can I just have a follow-up on the previous question I had? Are you going to talk about the site control requirements on those public land very soon?
So these are the site control requirements for public lands.
So I'm asking, in the end, when the project gets into the GIA, I think 180 days, the project is supposed to demonstrate the site control on those public lands. And what is the current California ISO's guidelines on how do you deem, your site control is valid? Because I think different utilities have different requirements and interpretation of the site control requirements.
So we're still discussing that with our legal team. And when we receive these affidavits that kind of tell us the process and where you are in the process, we'll use that information to make that determination when we get to that point.
Thank you, Katie. And in that case, when you get to that process, will you get any of the stakeholder inputs on, how do you make that decision?
I'm not sure. We might, and I'll let you know when we get to it.
All right. Thank you, Katie.
Of course.
This is Blake Heinlein with SMUD. I had a question regarding, this is for public lands and the regulatory limitations. Are you also interested in that for private land and the more environmental permitting process that goes with that?
So I don't think so. Okay, so on private lands, you should have a lease or some kind of other document. And as long as you have a lease, then that counts as site control.
Okay.
Yes.
Sam from Z Global again. So just quick question on site control in general, and how the process now differs from how it used to be before. So at this point, the only folks that can actually post the site deposit for their regulatory limitation, the 10,000 per megawatt, are the people who are actually siting the projects on public land and are not able to get site control in time for the interconnection process. But everybody else cannot post an in lieu of deposit such as that. They have to present site control 90% according to the table that was in the previous slide. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna take one more and then I'll take two more and then we're gonna move on.
Lily Maloney with Long Road Energy. So 2 questions. Earlier you mentioned that regulatory limitation deposit will go to the ISO and the ISO does not accept letters of credit or bonds. So is that deposit, regulatory limitation deposit in cash?
That's correct.
Okay. Second question, you earlier said the 90% site control doesn't include gen tie. So is there a limit to the length of your gen tie?
Not that I'm aware of, but I think that's for the engineering teams to decide. I got one more.
I hope mine's fast. Virginia Thompson, Next Door Energy. I was looking at the reasonable acreage listed in the BPM. I was just wondering if you had particular guidance for long duration storage, since those tend to be bigger units, and what we should follow there.
I do not. I will lean on you to know what you need. And we will obviously take into consideration your diagrams that you submit with that. So any generation type that's not listed on the table, just submit the engineering diagrams to show what land you're using. And we will learn from your submissions. Okay, one more.
Hi, Bob Liz, Next Door Energy. Can you go to the next slide, please?
I would love to go to the next slide.
Great, thank you. So for the last bullet, supporting documentation must meet all 3 criteria as described in the BPM. So having read through the BPM, it actually addresses specifically criteria only for BLM land. I'm curious what the criteria is for non-BLM federal or state land.
So 1, I think you're looking at the old BPM.
That was my other question.
And 2, you actually caught an error. We just nailed this down, I think yesterday, and I missed this on the slide. So that is no longer applicable.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on. All right, so common problems with site control documentation. Inadequate land acquired and you did not submit the supporting document. It's not dimensioned. It is redacted completely. Just give me a diagram with some numbers on it. Another thing is site control must be at a minimum through your COD. Leases or an option to lease. If you have an option to lease, it's going to ask you your earliest expiration date. So the earliest expiration date, let's say you have an option, your option's for a year with option to renew every year. So your earliest expiration is going to be that first year. And then you're going to need to provide us documentation that says you've exercised the right to extend your option, or you've exercised the lease, whatever it is. So that first due date where you have to take an action to continue to be in that option or execute that lease is your earliest expiration. However, when calculating the time for when, for if your site control goes through COD, we will include all those timelines with also the amount of time for the lease. Another common error is that the interconnection customer in the lease or option does not match the LLC of the project. So your parent company leased the land. You need an org chart that says that the parent company is the parent company of the LLC. So, and it'll ask you for that in the portal. Okay. If you're an interconnection customer that's sharing facilities, you need to upload at the time of your application submission the documentation that says that you have an agreement to share those interconnection facilities. Also, within 20 days after the cluster study report meeting, you must demonstrate that you have the rights through COD for that agreement. Okay, so we are up to most of the application. And next comes the fun part. This is when all the stuff goes into the engineering bucket and we determine who gets to be studied and who doesn't. So this is just a quick overview of the process. And after that process, if you're tied, then you get to go to auction. Okay. So projects that are tied after the DFACS analysis will be notified that they have to submit a bid in February. You'll have 10 business days to submit your bid. And that bid will be a single sealed bid of dollars per megawatt, or if you don't want to bid, you can withdraw. The CAISO will accept the bids for the cluster study until it reaches the 150% limit. Winners will be notified by March 5th. The winners must post a deposit by the end of the engagement window, and that goes to the PTO. And the value of the deposit, like we talked about, is the lowest bid in the zone times your capacity. Do we have any questions on what I have covered so far? All the details are coming. Thank you for your questions. I'm going to call up Benet to go over the engineering data review.
Can you use this keyboard? Keyboards. I'll just use this. No, it's, what's that? Okay, that's good. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. This is Vinay Shrestha. I'm in the planning group at the ISO. There's three things that I'm going to cover this morning. First one is we're going to do a quick walkthrough, high-level walkthrough of the transmission data that we posted a couple of weeks ago. And then I'll touch on a few items related to capacity reserve for offshore wind. This is mostly the action item from the last IDE meeting. That there were a few items that we wanted to clarify. So there's a slide on that. I'll go over that. And the third one is just to make you aware, so there are some substations for new generation interconnection coming from the PG&E. So just wanted to make you aware of that. So first item on the interconnection data posted on August 29. Before I get into the high-level walkthrough, I just want to let you know, because some of you have been reaching out to us after we posted that data, and we've been responding to you. So based on all the feedbacks that we got and the question that we got, we had to, for some of the we had to go back and check a few things, and we found there are some errors that needs to be corrected. So we're working on that. I know you want to see that as soon as possible, but we wanted to post that before this fair, but we can do that because of all the changes and other priorities. We're almost there. We should be able to post that maybe in a day or two, but I can walk you through what are the changes there so that you get some sense of it. First thing first, based on this update that we're making, it's not going to change any the area tag in terms of the TPD versus merchant. So it's going to stay same as we have in the August 29 posting. So all the PG&E area is going to be TPD zone, and there are 3 merchant zone and the 3 TPD zone in the south. So it's going to stay like that. For the north area, some of the updates relates to a couple of POIs that were incorrectly tagged to some of the constraints, so we're correcting that. There were some duplicates in terms of the POI with slightly different information in terms of what constraint they're behind, so we're correcting that. I think that is pretty much it for the north that we're doing. For the south, and I'll take question after I'm done through the data, the transmission data part. And where was I? Oh, the south. It's mostly in the south area. There were lots of POI that are not ISO controlled were reported in the constraint. If you had compare POI list in the constraint matrix versus the POI list, there's a separate spreadsheet just with the POI. So if you compare those two, you will see which one is, you will see more in the POI list. I'm talking about the south area. And it's because the non-ISO controlled POIs were listed in the POI list. So that is the major change in the south area. Other than that, I'm not aware of any other significant change in the south data. Maybe I'll stop here. I just wanted to give you a quick update on what we're changing. I'll take a few questions on that, and I can move on to the walkthrough.
Just to be sure I understood your statement, you said all of PG&E will be a TPD
Yes,
zone?
it is like that right now. It is going to stay like that after the update as well.
So we won't have north of Greater Bay Area, and the different zones in the TPD. I'm confused with this. You're saying all of PG&E is one zone?
No, that's not what I'm saying. PG&E has 4 zones, right?
Okay, thank you.
Kern, Fresno, G-Bay, and GBA. In the last data, we said that all those 4 zones are TPD zones. I'm just saying with the next update, it is going to stay like that.
Right.
Okay. All right, so if there's no—
I have a question here. This is Venkat Nagulapalli from Vista Energy. I see that some of the POIs in the south are in the merchant zone. What is the possibility those can be allocated to the TPD zone in the future clusters?
Yeah, no, I can't talk about what will happen in the future cluster. Those are not changing in the next update. I'm just talking about the next update for this data that we're correcting based on some questions that we received. I'm not talking about the next update for the next cluster. We can't tell what's going to happen in the next cluster. That'll be based on the future study, future TPD study. Okay, I see there's a question on the room. Go ahead.
Louis Bickoff, ES Volta. One question on the southern area. You said, and just correct me if I'm misspeaking here, you're going to remove the non-ISO controlled POIs from the POI list. So I assume that'd be like WDAT POIs, right? And if so, where would we find the available capacity at those POIs if it's no longer on the CAISO list?
We will only have the available capacity information for the ISO controlled POIs. If you're looking for capacity on the non-ISO controlled WDAT POI, we won't have that. You can at least track where that WDAT POI is connecting to the CAISO system. And at that point, you will get a sense of whether there is capacity or not when the power comes to CAISO system. But in the data that we're providing, it will only be for the CAISO controlled facilities.
Okay, thanks. So I think then if say you're interconnecting at a WDAT POI, how would you kind of understand whether or not it would pass the zonal screening? Would you have to look at like the nearest point of interconnection to the CAISO system?
We are not, and Daniel, correct me if I'm wrong, the WDAT applications are not subject to scoring and not subject to 150% process as well for now, for this year.
So this is Brian with Global, just to follow on that question. So I understand that the WDATs will enter into the process at the right time in the TPD and they're not subject to scoring. But to the last question, let's take Antelope, for example, Antelope 66 kV. I believe that's Edison WDAT territory, but it's in the list today. And so if we wanted to look for our WDAP projects and understand if they have any chance of getting TPD, we'd want to look at Antelope 230, I suppose, if you're going to pull Antelope 66 off. Is that correct?
Generally, yes. I'm not familiar with the South system, but generally, yes. That's how you would make your determination.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Any question online? No. Okay, let's move on to the
We had two questions on WebEx too, Vinay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, our first question is from Sharon.
Hi, so this is Shireen from Mission Clean. On the southern POIs, you said those will be removed from the sheet. I just want to confirm, were they included in the analysis, and will we see an update in the TPD numbers, or is it just removal from the sheet and everything else will stay the same?
Yeah, it's latter. Everything else will stay same. We're just removing the POI, non-ISO controlled POI from the constraint metrics.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then our next hand is from Kamal. Our next hand is from Maya, and then we'll go to Kamal.
Hi, this is Maya Habib with Intersect Power. I have a question on a list of substations that was included in a PG&E report as no longer able to accommodate new POI requests because of fault duty limitations. I'm wondering whether you'll plan to include any additional information on those.
I'll talk about that. I'll talk about that in next few slides.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Kamal. This is, I think, our left hand on WebEx.
Hi, this is Komal Shetty from Scout Clean Energy. Couple of questions. When is the corrected data going to be posted for this? And will those corrections also involve changes in the TPD numbers and which constraints a certain POI is behind?
I think I just went over that. So couple days is when we're targeting to publish the updated. And generally in the north area, it's a couple of POIs that are currently tagged behind some constraint. We will be correcting that. And for the south area, it's mostly removing the non-ISO controlled POI from the constraint POI list.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, let's move on to this walkthrough. So what I wanted to do on next 3 slides is just give you high level how to read this constraint metrics. I call it constraint metrics. Some people call it POI mapping, but whatever we call it, it's referring to this spreadsheet. So I just want to walk you through a few things. As you can see on the slide on the top, we will let you know in each update, the study zone or study area, what is the type of that area in terms of TPD zone versus merchant zone, so that you see on the upper right. The other thing I wanted to highlight, there were some questions regarding what are the assumptions when we came up with the TPD number. I'm referring to, if I can use my mouse, I'm referring to this first highlighted information that it is coming directly from, if you're familiar with the transmission capability estimates that we provide to CPUC, these TPD numbers are coming directly from there. And reason I wanted to highlight that, the transmission capability estimates, when we provide to CPUC, we also provide a white paper associated with that assessment. And that white paper has all the detailed inputs and assumptions behind the study that we use to come up with this TPD number. So if some people not familiar with the transmission capability estimates and the white paper, I just wanted to point it out. If you want to know more about how these TPD numbers are calculated, you can refer to that white paper. One of the common questions that we've been getting is what transmission projects are included in this assessment, right? Whether or not 2023, 2024 TPP approved projects are included or not. Those kind of things are all addressed in that white paper. So that type of question, or if you have any other question relating to assumptions and input behind that TPD number, you can refer to that white paper. So I just wanted to connect those two things. The second section there is TPD allocated. So the way we calculated that is all the non-operational resources. What I mean by that is the new resource, right? The new resources that we use to come up with the TPD number, to come up with the allocated TPD, we look at those resources and see if those resources. Did I lose my audio? Okay. Yeah, so that's how we came up with that allocated TPD number. And the third row is just the difference between the TPD and the allocated TPD that becomes the available TPD. And that's the number that we're going to use in the intake process. And that's the number that we're going to multiply for the 150%, right? So those are the three rows that I wanted to make sure you read it correctly and you know where it's coming from. Can I just complete this 3 slide and then I'll take questions? Okay. And the other thing is the POI list itself. I already talked about, those are supposed to be just the ISO controlled POI substations, and we're making that changes in the next update. What else I wanted to talk about here? Oh, so you will see some line POIs there. I wanted to talk about that a little bit. So when we added, so there's 2 parts of those POI. One is studied POI, which are the POIs up to cluster 14 that has been studied, right? So that's the one source of studied POI. And we also wanted to, based on all the feedbacks and question and uncertainty around all the other POIs that are not studied. So we went ahead and did our assessment, which we were originally planning to do as part of the intake process. But based on the feedback and request, we added all the unstudied POI as well in the POI list. So obviously the unstudied POI portion won't have any line POIs because there is unlimited lines, and some project could loop in more than 1 lines, and it could connect to close to 1 station versus other station. So there's no way we could include the line POI within the unstudied POI. But the line POI that exists in the POI list today is, like I said already, it's based on the studied POI. And the way to read that line POI is, you will see, just like any other POI, you will see what's the capacity, what constraint it's behind. It's not necessarily true for that entire line. It is true for where that previous cluster project is connecting, and there should be a switching station. And reason we couldn't add the new switching station is because those queue projects are not at the stage where we have a given name for that switching station. So I just want to make sure everybody read that line POI as being point of interconnection where existing queue project is connecting. If you are not connecting, let's say your POI is that line, and you're not necessarily connecting to that switching station that queue project is creating, then we have to evaluate. If you're connecting somewhere else in that line, then as part of the intake process, we have to evaluate, where your power will flow towards station A or station B, and we'll make determination based on that, whether or not your POI has capacity. One other thing that I wanted to highlight, the correct way to read this POI and the available capacity, I just want to take, let's see if I can make a random example here. Let's say a POI is behind a constraint which has 10 POIs, right? So there's a constraint that has 10 POIs, and the POI that you're looking at is one of those POI. Let's say that constraint has 100 megawatt available TPD. Then it's not the right to say that that POI has minimum 100 megawatt capacity. The way to read this is that POI is behind the list of constraint, and the constraint has 100 megawatt capacity left. It's not necessarily true that that POI has minimum of 100 megawatt. if that makes sense. So I just wanted to, we were getting a lot of questions on that, so I just wanted to make sure that's how we should be reading that available TPD in association with any POI. Just wanted to put a couple of quick example. This is the example where I just took Fulton 115 kV and whether or not if there is any new interconnection request connecting to Fulton 115 is not going to move forward in the process because it is behind at least one constraint that has zero capacity. I think it's pretty obvious, but we've been getting questions to confirm this, so I just wanted to reiterate that here as well. The other example is, let's say Ripon 115 kV, and this POI is behind those 6 constraints, and all of those constraints has more than 0 capacity, right? In this example, then POI's project connecting to Ripon is going to move forward to the next step. Next step is not study. There is still the scoring and the selection based on the scoring that's going to happen. But in the initial stage, the project connecting to this POI is going to move on to the next step, which is the scoring step. All right. I think that's pretty much it for the transmission data that I wanted to cover. I can stop here for any question relating to the transmission data.
We have 3 questions on the WebEx.
Let's take a question in the room first, and then we'll go to WebEx.
So back on, this is Brian with Z Global on slide 37, where the same matrix here. And I'll go read the white paper. I understand, though, that the 23-24 TPP policy and reliability projects may not be reflected in this. Is that correct or no?
It is not included in the model that we studied. So this update is based on 2024 TPD study. And those projects that you just referred to are not modeled in that study.
Okay, so we should take this with a little bit of a grain of salt before we go back and review the 23-24 TPP to see if any of those policy projects may have
some impact, yes.
Freed up some deliverability.
Would be, yes.
That's not a straightforward analysis for most folks, just to be clear.
Yeah, and hopefully you understand our position too, because we have to provide this based on the study that we performed. And the latest we could use is 2024 TPD. And because of the timing when that study was done, the 23-24 TPP upgrades were not included in that. So unless we do a new study just to create this data, obviously we didn't have time to do that.
Okay, fair enough. Are you going to go over the other spreadsheet that shows the information about each constraint?
No, this is it. If you have any question on...
Oh, that's an important matrix.
This is the matrix. I don't know which one you're talking about.
The other one, and maybe I'm looking at these wrong, but when we look at the constraints and we see X number of, maybe it's constrained, then we can go look at the other matrix, the appendix A, I think it is, that shows us the constraint, the cost for the ADNU, and the expected incremental ADNU that would be available, and when and the duration for it.
Oh, okay. So you're referring to what I refer to as transmission capability estimate that we provided to CPUC. You're referring to that spreadsheet?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't plan to go over that, but if you have any question on that, let me know.
Okay.
Alan?
Hi, this is Alan Combs with New Energy Works Consulting. So there will be a revision to this report, this constraints report by POI or POI by constraint. But that's pretty much what we'll have for cluster 15. If for a POI, there is no available TPD because one of the constraints is basically 0, is that the end of the road for that POI, or is that just like a negative for purposes of scoring? This is the part I don't understand.
That's the end of the road if that study area is the TPD zone.
It's a
If
TPD
merchant-
zone.
If it's a
but-
merchant zone, you can, okay, so I think
Right.
you have that. If it's a TPD zone, that's the end of the road, yeah.
So like in all of Kern, there's only like 4 POIs that are non-zero.
That's right.
And given what like Brian just said, that there's AD&Us, there's upgrades that may be already approved, like I guess they're AD&Us, but they're actually sort of in process because they might be adopted before the cluster 15 study, at least it begins, I think. You're not going to reflect that? It's just zero, you're just, and if that's the case, why are LSEs scoring it? I mean, if it's zero, why, you just can't even get in, right?
So the LSEs would be scoring at the zones that have available deliverability. So the LSE scoring is an important piece. You know, we assume
Right.
that there will be some concentration of interconnection requests at the POI that have available deliverability. So we need the LSE scoring at those POI to help differentiate between projects.
All right, thank you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's
have a-
about the question I asked earlier regarding line-connected POIs. So by the time when developers submit their applications, they wouldn't know whether their POI, their line-connected POI, will have TPD or not. And I understand from what you said, the ISO will be doing the analysis to determine whether those POIs have capacity or not. I think using DFACs. So my question is to help developers make their own assessment before submitting their application. Can the ISO provide the base cases and the input files that the ISO will be using to calculate DFACs, so there is no difference in the DFACs calculation between the ISO and the developers. The other part of the question is for line-connected POIs, how do we know in what zone they are? If we want to change the POI location, since it has to be within the same zone, how do we know whether a change from one line-connected POI to another line-connected POI would be in the same zone or not?
Okay, so let me see if I understood that. So line-connected POI, I already talked about. If you're connecting to a switching station created by existing queue project, then you have the data for that, right? So those line POIs are included.
Yeah,
If,
I'm referring to like a new.
yeah, if
unstudied
you're
POIs.
connecting on the same line, but you're not necessarily connecting to the switching station created by the previous queue project, then there's few way to look at it. If that line, the two substation which that line is connected to, if both has some available capacity, then it has capacity, right? It will move to the next step. If on the other side, if both station has no capacity, then it has no capacity. The only assessment that we would need to do if there is a line connecting POI, one side has capacity, one side does not, then we'll have to evaluate based on when we model that project, where will the majority of power flow towards? And we are going to use the latest TPP base case for that. This year's TPP base cases are already posted, so you can use those base cases. And that's what we're going to do. We will model your project as, based on information you're submitting, and we'll see where the majority of power flow. If the majority of power flows towards the substation which has zero capacity, we will say that that line POI has no capacity. If majority of power flows towards the station where there is some capacity, we will say it is that POI has capacity and it will move to the scoring stage. That's how we're going to do it.
It will be helpful, like if the specific the TPP base case, and that will be used as well as like the any input data that's used in calculating defects, if defects is used.
Yeah, we're not using
not
defects.
using-
It's just
okay.
we're not
It's
using
just the
defects.
flow?
For that purpose, we're not using defects. There's defects for other purposes, but for this purpose, we're just going to model your project based on the data you provide. We will see where the power flows under the normal system condition using the TPP base case, and we'll make determination based on that.
And is that using like the swing bus to absorb the injection?
No, there's a lot of details that we can probably spend a whole day to talk about that, but I think we will, obviously we haven't, written down all those assumptions, but I think we will use entire CAISO footprint as a reference when we model that project. Let's go to Aisha.
Vinay, actually, my question is an extension of what was just asked. So, for example, based on this, currently there is available TPD at for a POI behind all the constraints it is. It gets through the scoring process, and based on the 150% times the available, it makes it. But help me understand, that is still not a surety that the project will get deliverability, because it will depend on, how much of that deliverability might go away after the 2025 year study. Is that correct? A. B, for projects that do end up not getting deliverability for cluster 15 in the 27 study, do they just drop? I am just, because we are still in the process of figuring out ITRAC 3 methodology and all, I'm trying to understand what will happen to a project that does not get deliverability in that 2027 study.
That is more for interconnection group. I think Bob's not here today. What will happen to the project if they don't get TPD?
So I think that's going to be part of ITRAC 3 because the TPD stuff is under construction right now.
But it is safe to assume, or more realistic to assume, that although we are studying 150% of available, there will be projects who will not end up getting deliverability,
Yes,
because we are studying a 50% extra.
Essentially, this whole process is just to get you in the door to get studied. And then it's going to change by the time you get to your TPD study.
Okay, helpful. Thank you.
Alan?
Hi, Alan Combs. Quick follow-up. So for a POI that has non-zero TPD and it gets scored, the projects get studied, you'll still identify in your system impact study essentially AD&Us if needed?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of what Aisha was asking, right? We're studying 150%, so it is expected to see some. And also, this whole thing, the data is, we should keep in mind, this is estimate. This is not the study result. That's why we're doing the study. So it could change. We don't expect to have a drastically different result, but, it could be somewhat different from the estimate. So for those two reasons, we could see an area constraint, and for that we'll have AD&U, but we do expect that to be much less compared to, like, if you compare to cluster 14 or 13, what we're seeing. there anybody else? I see Nebiu's hand. Let's go over to the back first.
So
And let me know,
when,
Brenda, let me know
when
I need to
CAISO
stop it.
published the results in June for the TPD allocation report, there was some TPD available in certain POIs, but when we looked at the constraint mapping that was published in August, there is no TPD availability. Can you help us understand what really went into the results and what has changed within
Yeah, that's
just 1 month?
expected. The new data includes TPD allocated in the 2024 TPD study. So that's the main reason why you will see that difference. Nebiu?
This is the second part of the question I asked earlier. Again, for line connected POIs, if we change the POI from one line connected point to, let's say, another line connected point, how would we know whether we are changing the POI in the same zone or in a different zone? Should it be like maybe a case-by-case point basis? Like, could we ask the ISO whether the change is in the same zone or not?
I can just share how we are going to do it. And it's pretty similar to what I mentioned earlier about the TPD available or not. So if a line is crossing study area, so one side is in one study area, other side is in the other study area, we will use the same process like I mentioned. We'll put your project in, and we'll see where the majority of power is flowing. If it's flowing towards area A, we will say that project is in area A. If it's flowing towards area B, we'll say it's in area B. And you're right, we'll have to do that case by case if there is any interconnection to the lines that are crossing between the two areas. Okay, Kelly? Okay, WebEx, yeah, let's go to WebEx.
Okay, we have 8 hands on the WebEx. The first hand is from Vineet.
Hey, Vinaya, thanks for this. Maybe this will be quicker through the example. Can you go to the next slide, which shows the example of Ripon, the slide after this one? Yeah, so here, I think I get what you're saying, where the lowest number of between these constraints is 64 megawatt for this particular POI. So at Ripon, let's say there's only one interconnection request. Would you accept that interconnection request up to 64 times 1.5, or it has to be 64 megawatt or under?
No, as long as it is at Ripon, we accept any megawatt. If there is only one project, if you followed what we discussed in the IPE, we said that we will take the project that crosses 150% regardless of its size. So if there is, let's say, project, 100 megawatt project, and the limit is 64, and if that project is the highest score project, we will take that project. And after that, that POI is freezed. So that's how we're going to do it.
I see. So even though 64 times 1.5 is like 96 and project is 100 megawatt, and it's the only project you will take in that project.
In this example, yes. I mean, there are other details. There's so many things to talk about, right? It may not work out like that. For example, there are other constraints that Ripon is behind, right?
Right.
What if there is all the higher score projects, let's say, are behind the first constraint, Bellora-Weber, right? And let's say Bellora-Weber reached its capacity before we get to this project connecting to Ripon, then this project connecting to Ripon may not get selected.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not guaranteed that project connecting to Ripon, even with 60 megawatt capacity, will be selected. It will depend what happens to the other constraint. So yeah, hopefully you got that. If you have any follow-up, we can talk.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's why, I mean, what I was trying to understand, if let's say this is like the only project probably in Greater Bay Area and behind Ripon, then what the example that you gave, even if it's 100 megawatt, it will be accepted in, although 1.5 times of 64 is 96, the 100 megawatt will still be accepted.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, got it. And the second question is, let's say there are two projects competing for this 150 times 64 capacity, the 96 megawatts. Both are at same POI, Ripon, and have same scores. Let's say 50 megawatt project A, 50 megawatt project B. Will these projects then go to auction because they are tied?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Vinny. Our next hand is from Sharon.
Hi. So on this sheet, I know we discussed a little bit about the line POIs, and you said that they will be modeled to see which way the power flows. When will this modeling be done? Are you talking about the study process or before that?
Before that, as part of the intake process, we will do that evaluation to see if the POI has capacity or not.
Understood. Before you do that, I also want to know if we are looking at this report and we have a line POI, could we also internally assume if a project is closer to the constrained POI compared to the other one, closer to the constrained substation rather than the other substation, it would be safe to assume that it will be a constrained POI. Like, could you provide any insight on how we could evaluate line POIs just based on this report?
Yeah, it'll be hard to make that judgment based on the distance because it'll based on the power flow. So like I said, we'll be using the TPP base case. We'll model the project as submitted, and we'll see based on the power flow where the majority of power flows.
Okay.
We won't be making judgment based on the proximity to one substation versus other.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you. Another question I had here is you did say that some transmission projects as part of TPP 2024 are not included when doing the analysis for this constraints matrix. If status of these projects changes between now and June 2025, will those be included in the QC15 study process or no?
No, there's no update before QC15.
Okay, so even if they're approved and they may add more deliverability, they will not be included in the study process, QC15 study model. However, if some of the upgrades that post the study process, if some of the upgrades that are evaluated are part of the TPP 2024 process, will those just be accounted for that and not be given to the interconnection customers?
I think we already answered that. It's there is no update going to happen for cluster 15 by including any other cluster 2023, 2024 TPP project. If that's what you were asking, we don't, we're not planning to do that.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Our next hand is from Dinesh.
Vinay, thanks for the details and clarifications. This is Dinesh Salem Natarajan with EAS Energy Consulting. Vinay, There is a reason, I'm not sure I readily recall, but there is a reason and rationale for going to 150% of a non-zero TPD. In a, is there, are the zeros really zeros, or could there be a de minimis value to constraints that show up as zero in your matrix? Could it be 100?
Yeah, no, zero. Yeah, no, zero is zero, and 150% of zero is still zero. So
no,
I want to just take a minute and say that we're not trying to go over the policy here. We're just going over how it's working. So if you have specific questions as to how it's working, we're going to go ahead and answer those. But if you have questions about the actual policy, I invite you to go through the IPE paper, and you can reach out through that channel. We are running a little bit behind, so we're going to take one more question online, and then we're going to go ahead.
Question, I have a follow-on question. Hello?
Go ahead, Dinesh.
So, Vinay, I think I heard a couple of things. I just want to get this for my own clarity. You indicated that given the way the timelines worked, the projects approved for the TPP 23-24 cycle have not been incorporated in calculating these numbers. However, I think I also heard you say in response to another question that capacity has been allocated out of what was previously published in May based on the 23-24 TPP cycle. Did I get that correct? So
I did not follow, Dinesh.
So I think there was a question from, I forget the name of the person, that seemed to say that this matrix that was published back in May did have some non-zero TPD capacity, but then they appeared to be zeroed out in the subsequent version. And I think your response to that question was it might have changed to zero because existing TPD capacity was allocated as part of the 2023-2024 process. Did I miss
Yes, yes, I recall that. Yeah, so question was about the difference between the available TPD number between the data that we posted in, I believe, March, April timeframe and the one that we posted recently. And the difference is mainly because of the inclusion of 2024 allocation, TPD allocation in this latest update. Is that what you're referring to?
And to me, it looks like it's been a little inconsistent because you've taken away capacity for cluster 15, but you've not added upgrades that could maybe non-zero some of the zeros.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. We have responded many times that we just couldn't do it based on the timing of these studies were performed.
Okay, thanks, Vinay.
Okay, we're going to take one last hand on WebEx. It's Grant Glazer.
Thanks. This is Grant Glazer with Emanate Energy. Question on the slide that's currently on the screen. First, I wanted to confirm that the DFACs of projects at POIs is not necessarily one over the downstream constraints that are listed. Is that right?
Yeah, DFACs of different POIs behind constraint are different, and that is not the factor that we're going to consider for this step of the intake process.
Okay. So just to carry the example forward, if for example, the project at Ripon had a DFACs over the limiting constraint with 64 megawatts of available TPD of 50%, is it correct to say that that project could inject 128 megawatts of deliverable capacity onto the system, i.e. double the 64?
Yeah, for this purpose, DFACs is not considered. So Ripon may have 50% DFACs to a constraint. Let's say other POI behind the same constraint has 80% DFACs. Based on that, we understand that, megawatt capacity at those two POIs could be different from the impact to the constraint perspective. But that we couldn't do it that way. It gets too complicated. So for this intake process, we're just strictly using the megawatt available capacity, applying that to all POIs, kind of like what you said, assuming that everyone has the 100% defects. So we're not differentiating between the POIs having different defects for this purpose, for this part of the intake process.
Okay, thank you.
I welcome anyone else with questions to put them in the chat, and we will try to answer them in the chat, but we're going to go ahead and move forward.
Okay, all right, thanks. So moving on to the second part of my presentation, like I said, we wanted to provide some information relating to the capacity that has been reserved for the offshore wind resources. This is mainly action item from our last IPE call. If you were there, that we talked about the long lead time resource and reserving capacity for that. One action item was to confirm, there was a question whether that reserve capacity is also reflected in the transmission data that we just went over. The answer is no. So it could be confusing. So I put the second sentence there. In other words, the estimated available capacity in the data is the total available capacity, which includes the capacity reserved for offshore wind as well. So hopefully that makes sense. We wanted to clarify that. The other two bullets are information relating to how much we have been preserving how much we have preserved in the last 2024 TPD study. So for the Central Coast area, based on the portfolio amount, we preserve 426 megawatt capacity for the offshore wind. So this is on top of what is already in the queue, and also preserving capacity for Diablo. And this 426 is the remaining capacity to get to the portfolio amount. So that has been preserved. For the Humboldt offshore wind projects, the project, like I said, the 500 kV project, Humboldt Fund Road, Humboldt Collinsville policy project that we approved in 2023-2024 TPP, because that was not modeled, we couldn't necessarily preserve capacity. But based on the policy study last year, we know that there is capacity for at least 1,607 megawatt of offshore wind project in the Humboldt area. And in the future TPD study, which will be 2025, 2026 timeframe, the TPD study, if the portfolio remains the same, we will be preserving 1,607 megawatt capacity for Humboldt offshore wind in that TPD study. And the last bullet is just referring to, we're not necessarily prioritizing resource based on the technology for this intake process. Even though there are some higher scores for the long lead time resources, I'm not 100% familiar with all those details, but there are some scoring priority for those resources. Based on that, hopefully at those POIs, those long lead time resources would be the one moving forward. But if it's not the case, and some other technology resources get selected for a study and get studied, at the TPD study process, we will still be preserving capacity for offshore wind to the amount that's in the portfolio. Just wanted to clarify that aspect of how it will interplay between the capacity reserve for the offshore wind and the projects that will move forward in the cluster study process. I'll stop here. This is the only slide I have on the offshore wind update. I'll take quick question, and Brenda, Kelly, let me know how many questions we can take and when we need to move forward. Let's start with the room, gentleman there.
This is Max Code with Pattern Energy. Just real quick, does this apply for just offshore wind or all long lead time resources in the portfolio?
This is specific to the offshore wind.
Okay. Can you speak to any other examples of capacity reserved for long lead time resources?
I'm not aware of any other resources that we are considering as long lead time resource. Daniel?
This is Deb Levine. There's two parts to this question. As far as long lead time resources that we're keeping transmission for, you'll also recall that there's the subscriber participating TO model that we've got in place for both New Mexico wind and Idaho wind, not Idaho, Wyoming wind at this point in time. So we are holding capacity for those two projects. But outside of that and the offshore wind, those are the only projects that I'm aware of that we're holding capacity for.
And this is Danielle. I'll just build on that. I think the only reason that offshore wind is that this is explicit and exclusive to offshore wind in terms of the deliverability reservations that are not affiliated with SPTO is that those are the only resources that have had transmission approved specifically for that resource.
Thanks.
We have no questions on the WebEx.
Hi, Alex Orkin, AS Clean Energy. Quick question for this slide. Could you identify the constraints for which you're reserving capacity? Since offshore wind is going to be behind multiple constraints, developers might assume there's a TPD available across some constraints, but in fact, it's going to be reserved.
Yeah, so you can see in the POI metrics where the offshore wind POIs are, and you can use that spreadsheet to see what constraint that POIs are behind. For example, in the Central Coast, Diablo Canyon and the Diablo Gate 500 kV are the two POIs associated with the Central Coast offshore wind. And you can see what those POIs, which constraint they are behind. So you can use that spreadsheet for what you're asking.
Okay, this is very helpful, but we are still allowed to prospect behind these constraints, although the deliverability is going to be reserved for offshore wind. Is that correct?
Yeah, we talked about this in the last. I call the process how we plan to study process associated with preserving capacity. It's not necessarily we are preserving capacity on a particular line or a constraint. The way we're going to do it is we will model these projects, or if there is, kind of like the 426 in the last TPD study, we model that as a generic project, and we give that the highest priority in the TPD study, and we make sure that that project gets capacity before other projects behind the same constraint. So that's how we're going to do it, if that helps.
Yeah, this is helpful. Thank you.
Back there. Yeah.
Hi, Joanne Bradley, LS Power. Back to the qualification for the long lead time resources. The policy development also is discussing inclusion of out-of-state wind not coming in on an SPTO line. Is this indicative of the ISO's position not moving forward with that, or would you potentially be reserving capacity for long lead time out-of-state resources not coming in on an SPTO model line?
So I think if you're referencing the previous comment, I think we would still reserve deliverability or MIC for a resource that's coming in from out of state that's not an SPTO project, as long as that project has been identified in an existing portfolio.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Ruhua from Canada Renewables. A quick question for Benet. When you talk about all those megawatts, I assume those are the nameplate megawatts, not the megawatts after you factor in like a resource factor, those kind of things, right?
That's correct.
And what is the current like resource factor for offshore wind?
I don't recall the number. You can refer to 2024 TPD study plan. I think that has those numbers in there.
Got it. So maybe a little bit technical here. When you say you're going to reserve the TPD, does that mean like in your base case, you're going to put some fictitious generators in the base case?
Yeah, I just said that. Yes, that's
Okay.
how we're going to do that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next topic. So this one, we just wanted to make you aware of some PTO having a restriction. So like the first bullet said, interconnection customers are responsible to be aware of PTO's restrictions and rules based on what they have in their interconnection handbook. PG&E particularly has restriction for certain POIs that I'll go over that in the next few slides. And there's a couple of reasons we're highlighting that. One, we don't want anyone to miss that and submit the project and get rejected because of that. The other is this updated list that we got from PG&E is not on their website yet. They are still going through their internal process, and that could take a little bit of time. So we wanted to make sure you have that information right now. So we'll go over the list on the next few slides. And like the third bullet, like we're saying, project proposing to connect to such restricted substation will not move forward. We will screen that at the first step of the process, and we will not move those projects forward if it is connecting to one of those restricted POI. So there are two categories in the PG&E's list. The first one is based on the fault duty. There are certain substations that they reach the fault duty capacity, and there's no reasonable mitigation to address those fault duty. And these are the list of substations restricted because of that. And one obvious question is, how about the line connecting to these stations? The answer that we're getting from PG&E is it's not necessarily completely restricted, those lines connecting to these POIs, but they want to make you aware that if your project, wherever you're connecting on that line, if your project has more than 100 amp contribution to the substation which is restricted, then without any further mitigation as part of your submission, then at that point, that project will be, like a better word, rejected. So that's what you will see when PG&E's interconnection handbook is updated. We would, if you have any specific, more detailed question, we encourage you to get in touch with the PTO, PG&E in this case, but we just wanted to make sure you're aware of that. Next list is similar restricted POIs, but this is based on the space at the station, and there's no room to expand further. So that's why PG&E is restricting interconnection going into these substations. And this case, obviously, it's okay for connecting to the line, getting into this substation, because it's not based on the short circuit limitation. I think that's my last slide. I'll stop here to see if there is any question on these restrictions.
Yeah, I have two questions. This is Virginia Thompson, Nextera. Will this information be included in the heat map that you're going to be putting out as kind of not available?
No, heat map is all based on deliverability capacity.
Okay. And my second question is, so I had actually, before you guys pointed this out, I saw this, I think in your constraint mapping or something, there was a reference at the bottom to, I think, at least 3 of the TOs. The only one that seems to have any information in the handbook is PG&E. Are the other TOs, I come through them and I couldn't find any information even akin to this in the other TOs handbooks. Should we be looking for that as well? Or I'll just end the question there.
Yeah, I go back to my first bullet. You should be referring to PTO's interconnection handbook to make sure you're not missing any requirement that they have. But to answer your other question, we're not aware of any other PTOs having specific lists like this for restriction.
And we did reach out to the other PTOs before the beginning of last cluster, and they said they didn't have any on the list.
We do have 2 questions on the WebEx also when you're ready to take them.
Okay, we'll take one more in the room and then we'll do the 2 on the WebEx.
Just a quick one, and I don't know if this is for you or for PG&E, but in the past, we've been able to submit to Diablo Canyon 500 for offshore wind specifically, and they've accommodated that as a place through, upgrades of the expansion of the substation. I know I've got at least one in cluster 15 to Diablo. I'm assuming I need to move that to the new substation or the Gates Diablo line.
Yes, that's our understanding.
Okay. What's that new substation called? I thought there was a new substation between Gates and Diablo.
There's not one that has a name to it yet. There are switching stations that few projects are connecting to, I think.
Okay, that's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And what are we doing going to the?
Okay, our first hand on the WebEx is from Dariush.
Hi, this is Dariush from Qualys. A quick question, slide 42. If you go, okay. I know a reason, a reason behind the restrictions is the limitation, 63 kiloamp restriction on the breakers, on the breakers, circuit breakers. There are 80 kiloamp circuit breakers that SCE is already starting to use. Why wouldn't PG&E consider 80 kiloamp circuit breakers?
Yeah, that'll be a question to PG&E. I think we discussed this in some of the past call. It's PG&E's practice. There's some other limitation that I'm not fully aware of. There's also some space issue. I understand these breakers take more space, the higher 80 kA. But that's generally what I recall. I would ask you to get in touch with PG&E to get a direct answer to that question, Darius.
Thank you.
Okay, our next hand is from Vineet.
Hey, Vinaya, on the next table where it says there are space limitations and the POIs are not valid, the sharing of Genta is still allowed, right? As long as we don't ask for a new breaker positions at the sub, we are allowed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that should be okay based on my understanding, yes.
All right, thank you.
Do we have time for one more WebEx hand?
We've got one more in the room and then we're gonna move on. Please put your WebEx, your question in the chat and we'll try to answer it. We're gonna do this question, we're gonna do the heat map, and then we're gonna break for lunch. Okay.
Yeah, hi, Alan Combs. Quick question on the prior slide back to 42. So, a project that's near any of these points probably has a significant short circuit duty impact on these buses. And I know that's part of what your impact study evaluates, but in the validation process, if a project was say on, I don't know, Gates Midway 230, is that DQ'd based on this table? Because it's between those 2 points, it's probably gonna have a significant impact, but it's not at Gates and it's not at
No.
Midway. And it's, my question is about the validation process, not the study.
So there's different step of validation, right? So the intake process, we're not going to, like you said, DQ any projects connecting to the line getting into these stations. We just want to make sure you are aware that if you are contributing more than 100 amp, it is expected that you come with the mitigation that you don't contribute more than 100 amp. But it is going to go through the intake process. We just want to make you aware that at the time when PG&E will evaluate it, I think that'll be during the IR validation. That's my guess. Don't hold me to that. But if it gets, you know, it may get infeasible. It may be, you know, turn out to be infeasible at that stage. So we just want to make sure you are aware of this situation at this point, but we're not going to DQ as part of the intake process.
And so is that true at these substations? I'm just trying to understand how.
At the substation is DQ'd at the beginning. If you're connecting directly to this substation, that's disqualified. I was talking more about the lines getting into these stations.
All right, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Benay. If you have any additional questions, feel free to put them in the chat, or you can ask during lunch, send us an email. There'll be some time at the end, hopefully. We're running a little bit behind. We're going to go ahead and pass to Andrew, who's going to go over the heat map.
Well, I think Dottie is going to give the introduction.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me in the room?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And Brenda, if you're able to go to the next slide. And while she's doing that, thank you so much for your time this morning. My name is Dorothy Vance, and I'm a customer readiness trainer. I have in the room, I have Andrew Rivera, who's from Transmission Planning, and we're just going to provide a sneak peek, a high-level overview of the FERC Order 2023 Points of Interconnection Heat Map. So I'll just talk to some high-level talking points, and then Andrew's actually going to pull up a demo for us so you can see what it looks like, and then we'll talk about when this goes into production, when it's going to be live for you to use. So the Points of Interconnection heat map, as you can see on your screen right here, it comes from FERC Order 2023, and this goes back to the ISO having to update this thing called a heat map every 30 calendar days after a cluster study. So counting that out, that's roughly about 3 times a year. What this Points of Interconnection heat map is it's going to be an interactive web page. It's going to be for you to go in and interconnection customers to go in and test and see some potential requests that they might put in. As we pull up in our demo, you're going to see that it shows different locations available for different capacity on the CAISO transmission system. I also have here on this slide that it has a disclaimer. So sorry, that it has a disclaimer. It shows that the information is provided in this tool is going to serve as a guideline. So when you enter the heat map itself, this will pop up and you can read it at your discretion. And we can go to the next slide, please. And then again, this is just something for you to refer back to because Andrew's going to be walking through the heat map itself, but it just talks about how you can utilize this heat map by selecting a scenario, which is a cluster study. You can determine the amount of megawatts you want to inject in desired location. You'll also see, again, it's interactive. It's very user-friendly. You'll see that colors change to mirror the available capacity. You're able to review results based off different scenarios that you run through, and then it's going to help you as you make those requests. So I know that Andrew and I are the last presentation stopping us before lunch, so I'm going to pass it over to you, Andrew, just to walk through a demonstration.
Awesome. Thank you very much. If you could allow me to share, give me presenter rights. Going a little slow. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay, so just a really quick sneak peek on this. So this is the Points of Interconnection heat map. I make a full screen actually, so it's a little more clear. And you can see that it's broken down into 3 primary sections. On the left side of the screen, you can see the input section where there's a scenario, megawatt injection and a list of points of interconnection. There is the map section on the right on the top side. And then below the map section, you can see that there are the results pane. So going back to the inputs, you can see that there is a scenario dropdown. For the initial release, there will only be the TPD study scenario. So you'll be able to select that. For the megawatt injection, you can enter in there how many megawatts you would like to inject. So for example, I can put in 100. And you can actually see that the points on the map on the right side updated to reflect that change that I did there. Looking through the points of interconnection, you can see the available capacity for each substation, and that is reflected on the map as well. One thing quickly to note is that anything orange means that there is 0 or less than 0 available capacity at that point. So it might be good to look at another one. Once you are able to select the point of interconnection you want, you can either select here on the left side on the table, or you can actually click on one of the points if there's a specific point on the map you want, and that'll select it as well. When you go down here into the results table, you can see information on the results. Not going to go into too much details on those. But for this one I selected, for example, there are no issues with overloading. If you were to select one that does have issues because there's not enough available capacity based on one of these monitoring facilities, you'll see that the percentage loading on the right changes to red, showing that that is overloaded. Okay, so that was the quick sneak peek I had, and I think I'll pass it back over to Dottie for wrapping up more information in the heat map.
Perfect. So Brenda, if you go to our last slide on this. And thank you, Andrew, for walking through that with us. Just for everyone's awareness, this is going to be located on the ISO's website. It's going to be under the generator interconnection page. We will be sending out a notice when this does go live. Currently, it's tentative to go live on September 20th, which is this Friday. So we'll include a notice as well as some email communication letting you know where that's located and additional information from today's quick preview. Also, you'll see when you're able to get into this site, there is a tutorial, so we don't expect you to memorize everything we just talked about. It has a little bit more details about the functionality of the map, and you can click around with it. As you go through the map, if you think of any questions, we do have City Ticket, and you can label that as heat map, or you can use the Contact Us page on the ISO's website. So that's all that we had for today. I'll pass it back to the room for Brenda for you to keep us going. Thank you.
We do have one question on the WebEx if you're open to that.
Sure.
Okay, we have a hand from Larry.
Hey, this is Larry Bourne from Ranger Power. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, cool. Really, thanks a lot for the presentation and the heat map tool. Just a quick question. I noticed in the heat map tool, it shows the different types of transmission capacity at the different in the heat map with the different color coding. Would you say also in regards to the different types of deliverability zones and merchant zones, and that's based on transmission capacity available in those zones, could that heat map tool also be used to show that those prospective zones, or is there another tool for that or another map? And let me know if that question makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. This has been improvised. So no, the short answer is no. The heat map is just going to show at each POI what is the estimated capacity from the deliverability perspective. We don't plan to put any other information on that heat map at this point. This is strictly based on FERC order requirement, and we're trying to meet that FERC order as required. For the TPD versus merchant zone, we will be providing the similar spreadsheet that we provided right now before the next cluster window for cluster 16, it will be next time. So that spreadsheet at that time will let you know which study area is DPD or merchant. But the short answer is no. We won't have that information in the heat map.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
We're good.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. If you want to go check out the cafe, or if you brought something, you're welcome to come back up here and eat, or check out the patio. We have a nice cafe downstairs. Come back at 1 o'clock and we will continue.
Jacqueline too.
Awesome. So Stacy, just confirming we're out of the practice session?
That is correct.
Thank you. Great. So for those who are on the WebEx, thank you for joining us. We'll get starting in a few minutes. We have a few people circling back into the room. Thanks for those who are attending via virtual. We'll be starting in a few minutes. Thanks so much. Stacy, so we can go ahead and pass presentation rights to Kaylee. So let's go ahead and pass presentation rights to Kaylee, and then we'll return it back to Kaiso. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. If you're in the room, if you could take your seats, we'll get started in just a couple minutes. Hi, everyone. If you're in the room, if you could take a seat, we're going to get started at 1:05. Stacy, this is also the portion that we want recorded out separately or double recorded. I don't know how you want to say it.
Okay, so beginning now.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Again, my name is Kaylee Zuberi, and I am very excited to introduce you all to GRIP. That is the Grid Resource Interconnection Portal. And this is how you will be inputting your new application. So, second. Okay, for this process, I'm going to ask that you hold your questions until the end. And one second. Okay, I'm not going to show the actual portal today. You will have access to it on October 1st, but we are still making it beautiful for you all, so be excited. All right, so you're going to start with user registration and sign in. When you go to the ISO website, you'll see this section at the bottom. This is on the interconnection request and study page. there'll be this yellow button, says Grid Resource Interconnection Portal. You'll click that and it will take you to the homepage of GRIP. When you're a new user, because no one's ever used it before, you're all going to be new users. You're going to go ahead and click that sign up button. And it's going to take you to this user registration page. Choose your username, choose wisely, you only get one. And then you're going to enter your email address and your password. When you go back to log in at any time, you will use your username or your email address. So please just remember which email you use to sign up in the portal. Okay. There are, forgot email buttons, just like any other application. All right, so just like in RIMS today, you're going to get an email confirmation code. You go ahead and enter that code in the GRIP, and you will be well on your way. If you, for some reason, have an issue with the email, 1, check your spam. 2, you can hit the get help button, need help, and they'll resend you a confirmation code. If you forget your password, click the forgot password button. I'm going to skip some of these. Okay. So I will let you know what I'm going over right now is the user guide, and this will be available for you online. It's not quite complete. So yeah. Okay, so you'll get to the home screen. It's actually pretty cool. You're going to see a pie chart that has all of your, all the projects you have entered into the portal. It'll tell you which ones are complete, incomplete, what's in review, needs corrections, you've canceled and withdrawn. It'll talk about anything new in that. Will have the what's new section of any information that we have to send you all as customers. Outstanding actions, if we're waiting on something for you, from you for your project, you should see that there. There's a navigation menu at the top, and you'll see that blue button that says Start New Generation Interconnection. Where do you guys think you're going to start? Right there. It's going to be great. All right. So this just talks a little bit about the navigation menu. Not everyone will see the administration button. Actually, none of you will see it when you first log in. That's going to be something that'll be assigned to specific users later. So don't be surprised if you just see Home, My Projects, the notification, and your name. All right, so under the account details, you can change your email address or change your password. And you also have access to an address book. So you can create an address book for your company. That way, when you go to fill out your applications, you can just select anyone in your address book to fill out those contacts. All right, in order to submit your application, so after you click that blue Start Generation Intake button, you're going to select New Generating Facility. I know that seems silly, but GRIP is a process, so eventually all application types will be in here. Right now, there's only that one selection, but later on there will be more. So, after that, you're going to select, would you like to be energy only, FCDS, PCDS? The choice is yours. All right, after that selection, you're going to go ahead and fill out your facility information. As I mentioned before, in order to input your application, because we are only accepting applications for projects in Cluster 15 that were previously completed, you must enter your project name exactly as it shows up on that Cluster 15 interconnection request spreadsheet. If you have a question on what your project name should be, first, check that sheet. Second, if you're having issues, reach out to IR Info. It is case sensitive, so if you type it in all lowercase, it's going to tell you that doesn't exist. If you had a project name that was really similar to someone else's, they may have used your name. So if that happens and you know that you've entered your own project name, please reach out and we'll check and see. This is another reason why if you check on that project name spreadsheet, you should choose a name that doesn't have any of the words that are listed there. Okay, so I put a link to the spreadsheet you should check for your project name. Again, if we've asked you to change your project name, you would do that later in the process, not during the application resubmission window. Okay. You go ahead and enter your project facility location, latitude and longitude, county. And so one difference you'll notice in this portal is that you're going to upload documents as you get to that section instead of all together at the end. So here it's going to ask you for your site map and your KMZ file. You will not be able to get past this first page until you've completed everything. The other pages you can skip through to fill out as you like, but the first page you must upload and complete everything before you can move on. All right, so next section is going to be your facility output at POI. If you are an increase to an existing project, please check that box. If not, leave it alone. You'll go ahead and fill this out. The boxes that are in gray will be calculated automatically for you. And if your project is PCDS or FCDS or energy only, you will not see that bottom box, the percent of desired new megawatts at the POI for PCDSR. That'll only show up for PCDS projects. Okay, next, I'm actually really excited about this section. I hope you guys are too. You will select your point of interconnection, something that's new this year, okay? You're gonna choose your transmission owner. So which area are you connecting? Are you PG&E, are you Edison, where are you going? And then you're gonna have a list of available POIs. So we've taken the list of ISO controlled substations and uploaded it to the platform. So granted, one or two may be missing, or there may be new lines that are not on here. But for the most part, all of the available substations should be in this list. So you would select your substation, select the voltage, and then it's actually going to populate the zone and project option and the study area for you. So you will not have the opportunity to say, oh, I'm in emergent zone, but I want to be deliverable. It will already fill that out for you. See, what else do I want to say? If you go here and you cannot find your substation, there's a box called substation not listed. There also will be lines in this list. So if your substation or line is not in this list, please look everywhere. Maybe it's actually an SCE line, but you're looking under PG&E. So it'll only show up it'll only show up under the PTO that it's associated to. One moment, please. If you cannot find your substation or line, check that box. You'll have the opportunity to type in a new substation or line. You type it in, select your voltage, and then you will not have the option to choose your zone deliverability because that will be determined once we decide where that substation is. But you will have to select your project deliverability or your cash reimbursement option. If you're energy only, you'll choose either cash reimbursement or non-cash reimbursement. If you are PCDS or FCDS, you will choose deliverable or merchant. Okay. I'm going to take questions at the end. So here you will also answer if your project's sharing a gen-tie with other projects, or if it's connecting to an existing transmission line. If it's connecting to an existing transmission line, you do need to enter the location on the line, including the pole numbers. And if you're sharing a gen-tie with other projects, make sure you note which project that is here. All right, the next section is the scoring criteria. So for more information on the scoring criteria, go to Tariff Appendix KK Section 4. All of that information is there. But you will go ahead and input your scores here along with the supporting documentation. The next section is contact information. So here you will upload a project manager contact, additional representative contact. You'll do your digital signature, which is usually at the end of your application. That's your authorized signatory for the project, your Secretary of State certificate, and the authorized signatory document. That'll all get uploaded here. And you'll also input a financial representative. That person is who accounting can talk to should they need to discuss a refund or any other money-related issues. Okay. The next section is for uploads of your W-9 or vendor update form. So this is just a section where we'll upload some financial documents. If you're requesting a refund or anything like that, that's where these will go. And I don't think any of you will need that right away. But if you do, here's where it is. Okay, the following section is for site control. Like I said, our site control demonstration form has been incorporated into the platform. So there are 2 sections. Choose one and fill out one. So if you choose yes in site control, you should choose no in regulatory limitations, and vice versa. It has the options for the type of site control. You could have a lease agreement for one parcel, a deed for one parcel, an option for another parcel. Select as many as are applicable. And then when you go to do your documents upload, zip your files so we have them all together. But you'll fill out your term of agreement. That'll show up if you have a lease or an option. And then the nearest expiration date, again, will show up if you have a lease or an option. You'll input the acreage required for your project site. And if you're sharing a site with another queue number, note that here. And then what is the acreage required per the BPM? For regulatory limitations, just select yes. It should also ask you if you are sharing a site with another queue number, because it won't show up for you on the other field if you select no. And then, as I mentioned earlier, our site control regulatory limitations definition was updated a couple days ago. So you'll see that there are still the uploads for those 3 criterion, but you can just upload any documentation you have there. Okay. The next section is the payment calculation section. So here, it will already be filled out, your application, the fee, and then the charge amount. You'll already see per your project's megawatt value. And then you see you have the upload for your payment documentation. Okay? And there will be an option to select your type of payment, depending on which one it is. Like I said, the application fee and the study deposit go to the ISO. Commercial readiness goes to the PTO. Okay. And then after that, you get to the facility data. This is where you fill out all the information about your project, your COD, what kind of project it is, all the descriptions. Everything on that Appendix A Excel sheet is going to be in these next few screens. All the screens that are listed here are generic because we're still, this is still in configuration. But in general, this is what it would look like. And you can see there are uploads here for your capability curves and any other technical documents you'll be uploading. If you have any questions on these sections, feel free to come back to this guide and take a look. There, I'll put more details in as we get those screens configured. Okay, and there are, actually I do want to point out, if you see, I don't see one. Okay, if you look down at generator reactive capability curves, you see the little icon with an eye. Those are help text. So if you hover or click on that, it'll have additional information about that specific field. So check there first before, you know, if you're having any issues, go ahead and check there. But always feel free to reach out and ask questions. So after you've filled in everything, you'll get to the application review. Now, like I said, if you do not fill out all the fields or upload all the documents, you will not be able to submit your application. So here you can see I missed a generator reactive capability validation. So you would have to click go to activity. It'll take you back there. You'll fix whatever you missed, and then you'll be able to continue on. So here you can see it gives you a help text error, required field empty, and then it says please provide a value. So wherever you're missing something, it holds your hand. Okay, so finally, I've gotten to the application review. Everything is correct, and it gives me the terms and conditions. So this is where at the bottom of the Word document that you usually fill out, you check a box that says, I'm signing this, I agree to all the terms and conditions. You are submitting your interconnection request, everything's true, and you agree to the study agreement. So you'll check that box and hit submit. Okay, so after you've submitted your application, you'll be able to see your application details, but you won't be able to get back into your application. If you want to see the details of your application, you can click that print application details, and it will show you a essentially a PDF of everything that you filled in. And now you're waiting for the review to happen. So completeness review. Okay, so after you've submitted your application, you can see your what your home screen will change to. Let's say you have corrections because we said, hey, you filled out XYZ wrong. So we'll go in and send it back to you. You can see the green part of the pie chart showing you have corrections. You'll get this email that says corrections are required and go back to your projects. So when you go into your projects, it'll highlight what area needs to be corrected. And when you click there, it'll say field needs to be reviewed. These don't match. And that'll have whatever notes that we put in as the reviewers. So you want to update those fields, and then you can resubmit your project. One thing, if we ask you to update a field, you cannot enter the same value. So if you entered this value 40.3135 and we said, hey, that's not right, you can't enter 40.135 again. It won't accept it. So you have to make the change. So then once you resubmit your applications in, when you come back to the My Projects view, it'll show you all the projects you submitted and what status they're in. You can filter here and see all kinds of information. You can also export this page into an Excel or a CSV file. Okay. And you can customize the filter views. So pretty handy, kind of just like RIMS today. You can save these views. And you can save them for just yourself, or you can save them publicly, which does make it visible to all users of the system. Okay. So when you're in the My Projects view, you do have actions you can take. You can export your application data, or you can cancel your application at this point. So you can cancel your application at any time before it begins the completeness review. And that would be if like, oh man, I just really messed up every single part of this and I just want to start over. Okay, cancel it. Or you decide, actually, I don't want to participate anymore. You can cancel it. If you decide that you don't want to participate in cluster 15, I would love to get an email from you. Anytime. You can send it right now. Okay, so then go back into project details, and this is a pretty neat screen. Almost everything you need to know about your project you can find right here. So this shows you the progress, and as we get further into the study process and the reviews and things like that, you'll see more details at the bottom. The next part you'll see is the comments field, and I really want to stress this. So we're moving away from email communications through all of our teams. So we're going to be using the comments field to communicate back and forth. So should you need something from your interconnection team, send a comment in here and it'll notify us and we will respond to you here. This is how we'll be tracking all our communications. It's an easy, like texting me without texting me. So kind of getting the hang of checking this. It should send you notifications when you have new comments. But getting the hang of going here and looking for information. Okay, so your next section is your documents. This will show you all of the documents that you've uploaded to the portal. And then here, emails, any emails that have been automated and sent to you from the system will show up here. So if you're like, oops, I deleted that because actually it went to my spam folder and I never saw it. Well, here you go, you can see it here. There's also a history section, so it can tell you, you see there's like 26 rows here. It'll tell you everything that happened in this application from the time it was created until now. And finally, there's an action section. So once you submit your application, this action section will only have the option to withdraw your application. So if you want to withdraw from the queue, send me an email. If you want to withdraw your application because you decided I need to change everything and I just want to start over, then when you withdraw, it will release your project name so you can start a new application. That's the only way to start over. Otherwise, that name's already been used and you won't be able to start a new application with that project name. We will be using this going forward once we get into the study process and things like that for actual withdrawals. And I just want to point out that there are some fields here to let you know, like this action is final. You are withdrawing. Like I said, we're moving away from email. So you're going to withdraw in the portal versus sending us an email saying, we want to withdraw our project, but it will automatically fill in all your project details. You do have to click the button that says, yes, I want to withdraw. And then we'd like to, for you to enter the name of the authorized signatory that's actually making those withdraw before you hit enter. So it makes it really hard to accidentally withdraw your project. That's a lot of clicks. Okay. Is that the end? Okay, all right. Okay, questions? Over here first, Alan.
Yeah, hi, Alan Combs for New Energy Works Consulting. So sometimes people work in teams. Is there a way to associate multiple logins with one project?
At this moment, I do not believe so. You would have to share the information between yourselves and have whoever's filling it out fill out all the information.
And so another question is if I assume you can just by not hitting send, save it in an intermediate form so it's effectively a draft until you hit send?
Correct, yes. At the bottom of each page, there's a save and continue button, so it will save your progress.
And having experience like with the MISO site, which it seems to be pretty closely modeled after, it's there's no way to upload technical data as a batch, or do you have to actually manually enter it on a screen?
Correct.
All right. This is a prescription for endless errors and frustration, but I just thought I'd ask. Thanks.
Of course. I saw one over here.
Virginia Thompson, Nextera. I actually have a couple of questions, so I'll just do them in rapid fire because I think the answers will be pretty straightforward. But first, I want to say thank you. This looks way better than RIMS to me. It's so much more user friendly, so I'm excited to try it. And I guarantee I'll probably send you an email. This is a fair warning. Okay, so my first question is, you said to get past the first page, to get onto anything else, you have to submit the site control data, et cetera. Is there a way to override that? Because we do have different teams who work on the technical data, or somebody may be wrapping up a lease or something like that. Or can I submit like a fake document placeholder?
So for the first page, the actual documents that need to be uploaded are the site map and the KMZ file.
Okay.
You do have to upload those to get past that page.
Okay. And I can come back and revise as long as.
And yeah, you can come back and change it. Yes.
Awesome. Let's see, is there any limit to how many documents you can submit for a particular, like commercial readiness or site control?
So each document upload can only hold one document, but you can zip files and upload the zip.
Good to know. Let's see. Oh, this is a longer question, so I'll skip that one. So after you submitted it, I think you answered this question. After you've submitted it, I either have to ask you to unlock it if I want to do something different, or I can just cancel the whole thing and start over again. Those are my two options.
That's correct.
Okay. Will we get an email? It looks like we will get an email as soon, like if you've done your review and you send something back to us, we'll get some sort of notification via email.
Yes.
Okay. How will you confirm the payments are made? Because, we have a different team who's working on that. That process seems to be outside of this system. And how are you going to track it in this system? And how will we know that you've received it?
So you guys have to upload the receipt, the banking receipt, to
Okay.
the payment page, and
Okay.
then we'll be verifying that with the PTOs and our own accounting department.
Awesome. Is this going to take the place of RIMS completely, meaning later in the process, TPD stuff's going to be recorded?
Not right away, but yes.
So this year, for the next year, are we looking at using both this and RIMS until everything's been migrated over?
So cluster 15 will be all in GRIP, and then 14 and prior will stay in RIMS until it's migrated. And I'll let Deb speak on that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking to migrate cluster 14 and back sometime in Q3, Q4 of next year.
Okay.
Earlier if we can get it organized.
Fair enough. But 15 is not going to be split. It's all going to be here.
No,
Okay.
It'll all be in Grid Unity.
Okay. And then my final question, this is maybe a little bit longer than a yes or no. Before the 12/2 date, what is curable? It sounds like almost everything needs to be done, and maybe it's just the technical data that's curable after that date, but if there's anything else, if you could confirm.
After the 12/2, it's just the technical data that's curable. Yes.
Brian with Z Global. Two questions. The first one is there an ability to take a project and copy it?
I don't know the answer to that at the moment. I know in other systems there is. I'm not sure if ours has it.
Okay.
So I'll take that as a note and I will get an answer to you.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is, so if you're a consultant and you got 20 clients and each of them has a project, is there a more expeditious way to go in and view the text exchanges than logging into each one of those 20 and checking them?
So
daily?
you'll have the My Projects view where you can check you'll have the 20 projects there.
Oh, so I will have a central
So-
view even if they're all different clients?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, as long as you're the one that input the projects. So as long as you're the one that input the projects, you can show them to him.
Thank you. We got to have all the fun.
All right, I saw one more. Yeah.
Yes, Eddie did, HT Powers Energy. Historically, we've had problems with some of the substations that meet the voltage criteria, but they're exceptional in the sense that they're under the control of the utility. Does your system recognize that?
So only ISO controlled voltage levels are listed in the POI list. If you don't see your voltage level, then I would first check and make sure it is not part of the WDAT process.
Yeah, let me make it clear, like, we have a substation that's, it's 220 kV at Edison. So it meets the voltage criteria, but for some reason, the control of that substation was given to Edison is under WDAT. I'm asking whether your system recognizes that, or you still have to check with the ISO to see whether this is in fact under Cal ISO control.
So you wouldn't see that substation listed in the list. You could type it in, and then we would tell you this substation is not ISO controlled. So if you if you're looking for a substation and you do not see it on the list, chances are it is not ISO controlled. And like I said, there could be a few that we missed, might be newer substations or something weird, or the control just got changed over to ISO. But for the most part, if you do not see your substation on that list, it is not ISO controlled.
Okay.
I got one more in the back.
Thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Sam with the Z Global here. Following up on Brian's question and a little bit on Alan's question as well. So, Kaylee, while we're having all the fun in the world trying to submit 20 to 25 projects and seeing them all in a single portal, a lot of our clients are very anxious about seeing the project themselves. And obviously, we wouldn't be able to share create a central login and share that login with them, because then you got one client looking at the other client's project. It doesn't work that way. So is there a functionality where we can share or have the client import their project into their own portal so that they can see what we're doing? And kind of a follow-up to that is there a way where they can completely take it over if they wish to do so?
I cannot answer that question with full certainty, but something like that, they will be able to do after the validation is complete.
Okay.
So until then, you have the print application option, which you can print a PDF of the project for them and send it to them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions online? No? Okay, I'll take one more in the room.
We have two in the chat.
Okay, I'll take
So-
one in the room and then two in the chat.
The attachment A is still needs, the spreadsheet still needs to be filled, or that's all
No.
obsolete now?
No,
It's
attachment
just-
A is just the list of stuff that is here. It's in the
Yeah.
facility data section, but you will not be uploading the spreadsheet. All the data will get input into GRIP in each individual area.
Okay, but the appendix 1 to 3,
Appendix
They-
1, 2, 3 also are directly input into the portal.
so no more Word docs or
No more Word
spreadsheets.
docs, no more Excel sheets, no more emails.
Okay. Just one more, the short circuit information on the inverters, that's also a section in the spreadsheet. Is that also like manual input into?
Yeah, there are some fields in the facility data that are auto-calculated, and it should mirror what is auto-calculated in the Excel sheet. I can't confirm every auto-calculated field is already done, but most of them should be.
Okay, okay. And this one still like does, you know, how the attachment A would say, oh, this value is not within the bound or something, you know, there is that little validation.
I
tab.
do believe that validation is still there.
Okay, all right, yeah, thank you.
All right, going to the ones online?
Okay, and after the two chat questions, we had a hand go up as well. Okay, so the first chat question is, in the application submission, will the GRIP allow an IC to select a POI that does not have available TPD?
Yes, it will. It's not checking about TPD. It's only checking for ISO control.
Okay, and then the second question is, there are file limitations at times with the online application processes. If our technical files exceed the size limitation, what's the process for sending the files?
We've created the portal with the ability to upload, I think, up to 50 something technical term. But it's a very large upload limit. So if you do have a file that exceeds the limit, reach out to us and we may accept it via Kiteworks. But I've been assured that there should not be file upload limit issues.
Okay, and then we have one hand from Vineet.
Hi, when does it go live? The Grid Unity GRIP?
Yeah, the GRIP portal will go live October 1st. And it shuts down on December 2nd at 5 p.m. If you start your application on December 1st and do not finish by December 2nd at 5 p.m., you will not be able to submit your application. Do not wait to the last minute. Or do, and then send me a withdrawal notice.
Okay, I have no
Okay,
other
do we have any more
on my end.
questions? Okay, thank you. Like I said, I will get this posted here soon, and this recording will also be posted. If you have questions, reach out to IR Info, and I'm happy to answer. I'm going to go ahead and pass to Martha. Just kidding. I'm going over technical validation.
Oh.
Okay, so after you've submitted all your information, you got through the completeness process, you're going to go into technical validation. And we're going to notify the projects that are moving into this process between February and March. The PTO will review within 10 business days. You will fix your errors. You'll be notified in the GRIP portal. Sorry, you'll be notified in GRIP that you have errors to correct. You will fix them there, and then you will send it back to us. We'll do the back and forth in the GRIP portal. Okay, no more emails. In the GRIP portal, no more emails. The ISO and the PTO will review within 5 business days. 421 is the preferred cutoff. You technically have until the end of the customer engagement window. If you wait until the last day, you will not be studied. If you are not valid, you will not be studied. Okay, hard line. I know before we've been kind of like, oh, you're almost there. No, if you're not valid, you're not getting studied. Okay. Issues with technical validation. We're hoping that the inputting the data into the online form really gets rid of a lot of these issues because it's going to validate you as you're inputting your data. There's no more back and forth between the Word document and the Excel sheet. So next, okay, here we go. So after all this is finished, we're going to do a scoping meeting. As you all know, FERC said no more individual meetings. We don't like that. Don't do it. We're like, all right, cool. You guys are like, oh no. Okay. So we're going to be doing one meeting per zone. This is going to be in late April to early May. We're trying to do one day for each zone. So that way, if you need to be in multiple zones, you have the opportunity. You will have the opportunity to ask questions during the meeting. I understand that you may not want to ask a project-specific question during the meeting, but if you want that question answered, that is your opportunity, okay? Each participant will be required to, 1, register for the meeting, and 2, have an appropriate NDA on file. This is new for this year. Okay, so you have to register. If you do not register and do not have an NDA, you will not be allowed in the meeting. So if you show up day of, or your consultant shows up day of and has not registered and does not have an NDA on file, they will not be allowed in the meeting.
Brian with Z Global. Is it a different NDA than we've signed many, many times already?
Good question. Now I'm going to pass it to Martha.
Hello, everybody. As I hear the names and I see a lot of faces, I think I've probably interacted with a lot of you already. I am the person behind the CAISO NDA mailbox in the legal department that handles the documentation of the transmission planning NDAs and the other types. But for purposes today, we're talking about the transmission planning non-disclosure agreement. So, as Kaylee alluded to, all participants in the scoping meetings are going to be required to have a company TPNDA on file along with the individual Exhibit A's. So if your company has an NDA on file already with a couple of people who have signed Exhibit A's, but you have not signed an Exhibit A, you personally will not be allowed in the meeting. So that's why I'm here today. I don't have a lot to say, but this is a really important piece for all of you. Previously, participating entities in the study process could invite anyone they wanted to attend the meetings without the additional documentation. But I'm here today to say that all attendees will be required not only to have the transmission planning non-disclosure agreement for their company, but that individually you will have to have that Exhibit A on file as well. There will be multiple entities in those zonal meetings, and we want to make sure that everybody's protected because naturally there will be a lot of discussion about other people's data, and we want to make sure that everybody has that sensitivity. So again, we want to make sure that you timely submit any new NDA documentation to allow for processing prior to those scoping meetings. And the good news is you have a lot of time. But maybe after December, after you've already put all your applications in, you can then start thinking about this and make sure that in Q1 you definitely get in any additional NDA documentation that you might need. I also want to point out that the CAISO NDA at CAISO.com mailbox really is the main place for anything NDA related. I know some people send things to customer service, some people send things to the interconnection team. Please funnel it through the CAISO NDA mailbox because that's the best way for us to keep track of it all and get back to you as soon as we can. So if you are an interconnection customer, if you already have a TPN NDA on file, we want to make sure that any additional Exhibit A's for new people in your company are extracted from the template that's on the website and submitted. You don't need to provide the whole document again, just the Exhibit A's, one per person. If you're a new entity, you will need to provide what we call the packet, the whole packet, which is the body of the NDA, individual Exhibit A's for as many people as you'd like, one Exhibit B that provides your business reason for not only requesting access to the confidential base case information, but also participation in study meetings. So I'm going through. And additionally, if your company is not already a WEC member, there is a WEC confidentiality agreement in the back of the instructions document. You only need to submit one for your company, not individual ones. If you are a consultant, consultant entities must have established clients before signing the NDA. So if you are a new consultant and you are working at getting customers, et cetera, we want to make sure that your potential customers already have TPNDAs on file. And so I'm looking at this, making sure I've got it in the right order. Okay. You can always add additional Exhibit Cs if you are a consulting entity that already has an NDA on file. But again, individuals, Exhibit A is the best lesson I guess I can provide here. So as previously stated, common issues that we see daily with NDA submissions, incomplete. I think everybody's in a hurry to get through things. We all know that documentation can sometimes be very tedious and boring. Please make sure that you double check everything before you submit it, because it's just going to get returned to you if things are missing. A lot of times people will take the NDA template apart and submit it in different pieces. This does go through DocuSign. We have to put it all back together again. Please submit it as one document in the order described. Please do not fill in the date of the NDA. DocuSign will do that. And as I mentioned before, if you are going to provide Exhibit A's for people who you are adding to an existing NDA, please just extract the Exhibit A template document and fill out one per person. You don't have to provide the whole thing again. And again, we do have consultants that will submit their NDA documentation that do not already have clients. And we will ask them to please ensure that they have engaged clients. Those clients do have NDAs on file, and then we will accept the new consulting NDAs. I put references in here for those of you that haven't done this before. With the new website, as Kaylee was discussing, a few things got moved around and it might be a little bit difficult to find in the first place, but hopefully you've got all of that. So that's the NDA process. There is a second part to the process, and that is to get, and we've already taken care of access to these study meetings. But if you are providing a TPNDA to also gain access to the confidential base cases out on the market participant portal, you will need to have a company user access administrator, a UAA, or more than one, and that is handled by a different team. I just put the information here for your reference to be able to see it, because the message from me will be, here's your executed TPNDA. Please have your UAA go into the AIM application to grant certificated access for your Exhibit A signers. And this is what this means. You will need to go step 2 to go in and actually proactively grant access for any new Exhibit A signers. And the UAA team has a separate email box, so that's why I added that there as well. So hopefully I haven't confused new people or, said anything out of line for those that are pros at the process. Any questions?
We have one in the chat, and then we'll go to the room. How often are NDAs refreshed, and will we be notified if we have a deficient NDA?
Once an NDA is on file, it doesn't expire. And the same goes for Exhibit A's. What might happen is if you have a signed Exhibit A and all of a sudden you lose your certificate access, you can't get into the market participant portal, it may be that your certificate expired. And what you'll need to do is have your UAA go back into AIM and re-grant that access for you. If your company changes its name, you will need to let us know. If it is a name change that can be supported by corporate documentation, we may allow the NDA to continue and just assume the new name. But we will have to look at the documentation, et cetera. We could request corporate documents org charts, et cetera, to see how that affects the legal aspects of the NDA. What was the third part? Yes, I will let you know if whatever is submitted is inadequate or if I have any questions about it. We had one here in the front. Yes.
Brian with Z Global again. So we have access to the CEI information, planning base cases and everything.
Yes.
I think I heard you say that was what we needed. We don't need anything else?
If you already have a TPNDA in place with Exhibit A's and you have access to the base cases, the confidential base cases, that's great. But if anyone on your team does not already have a signed Exhibit A and wants to participate in these zonal study meetings that are going to happen, they may not want base case information, they could care less, but they want to participate in the study meetings, they will need to have an Exhibit A on file.
Okay, I'm certain we all have Exhibit A's because we all have access to the base cases. So all we need to worry about is our clients being sure they have their NDAs in place.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Yes, sir, in the back.
Michael Porter, PG&E. I just tried to click on the first two links, and those are not working. I'm getting an error now that the item's not filed. So if we could just look at that, just because I'm one that don't have an NDA on file, so I wanted to see what it was, but they're not working. So
We'll check the links. Sometimes when things move around the website, the links, so we'll check those and get them up.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you for letting us know. We'll make sure that those are active. I'm not sure what happened to that. Yes, sir. Back here.
Yeah, this is Jasmine from AES Clean Energy. If the NDA was filed on the parent company, but the applications are submitted under an affiliate, do we need to do a new NDA under the affiliate?
Contact me about that because some affiliate relationships we allow. I know sometimes there are LLCs that are broken off for specific projects and it all flows up to the parent. It can get complicated, but yes, let me know.
Okay, we have another question in the chat. It says, read the commercial readiness deposits being posted to the PTOs during the application process. Would you please expand on the process the customers should use to do so, the timing for those CRDs in cluster 15, and the types of deposits allowed?
Do we have any more questions related to the NDA? I'll answer that question.
We have one
in
hand.
chat.
We have a hand for Dariush, from Dariush also.
Go ahead.
Hi, Dariush with Qualys. We have well over 50 active clients in California. Do we have to do an NDA for each one of them, or if we have an NDA through one of them, we could use that? And we have all signed Appendix A or Attachment A. We can participate on all clients' call based on that.
For consultants, your Exhibit C should reflect all of your engagements with the ISO. And all of those engagements on the Exhibit C should have individual company TPNDAs on file. So if you're working with clients that do not already have a TPA on file, they need to get one on file.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And the other thing is, our company GridByte was recently acquired by Qualys. I assume that we have transferred all the NDAs to the new company already based on just that acquisition. So, but that's something I need to look into internally. Thank you.
Right, and with acquisition, which is a little bit different than the corporate relationship that Jasmine was talking about, if there's an acquisition, et cetera, let us know. And if you can provide the corporate documents that show the acquisition, we'll work with you in ensuring that the TPNDA can either succeed, or if we need to update anything, we'll let you know. I was going to address something that came up with his question. It is important for consultants to let us know who you're working with, because we need to make sure that those clients do have TPNDAs on file. Even more so now that we're having to have them on file anyway for the zonal information. But that is part of the documentation process. Also, the role of the UAA for your company, and this is just a PSA on my behalf, we rely on UAAs to keep us updated. If people leave your company, let us know. The UAA needs to go in and revoke access in AIM, and then we need to update our tracking information so that we have accurate as we can information going forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very helpful.
Anything else? I'm always available. Send me an email. Unlike GRIP, you can email me, hopefully. Anyway, good luck to everybody with the new process.
Thanks, Martha. Okay, we're going to go on and move on to Vera. She's going to do an overview of the studies going forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vera Hart, and I am one of the regional transmission planning engineers for the North Group. So I will be going over the studies. I know everybody's excited to hear about this. It's just going to be a high-level overview. So I'll be talking about the cluster study, the restudy and reassessment, and then the facility studies and the transmission plan deliverability studies. So here you can see a timeline summary of where cluster 15 studies will fall. I highlighted in blue the studies that pertain to cluster 15 and when they fall. So the first study will be the cluster study that will be starting in June, going through October 2025. Then immediately following, we'll have the reassessment and restudy, which will happen October 2025 to April 2026, yeah. And then interconnection facility studies will be June to October 2026. And then the TPD study that will include cluster 15, that's that first opportunity for cluster 15 to compete for TPD, will be in Q1 of 2027. So on the cluster study, again, June to October 2025, we have 150 days to complete those. For those projects that meet the eligibility criteria and move on to the cluster study, the cluster study will evaluate the impacts of the interconnection requests received, of course, during the application window. We'll be assessing the POI selected by each IC and potential alternatives. We'll identify deliverability network upgrades, both local and area. We'll also be identifying your reliability network upgrades, both IRNUs and GRNUs that are tagged to the project. And then we'll be identifying the conditionally assigned network upgrades that your project may be responsible for cost-wise. And then the precursor network upgrades, which your project would not be responsible cost-wise, but they would need that for either interconnection or full capacity deliverability status. So the cluster study will also preliminarily identify required interconnection facilities. It will provide a cost estimate for ADNUs, and it will establish a non-binding current cost responsibility and maximum cost responsibility, as well as the maximum cost exposure until the issuance of the interconnection facility study report. At that time, they will become binding. So under the CCR and the MCR, you will have your LDNUs and your RNUs. If you are a merchant project, you will also have ADNUs incorporated, the cost of that incorporated in the CCR and MCR. The maximum cost exposure includes all of those costs, as well as the CANU cost. So your potentially conditionally assigned network upgrades will be included in the MCE cost. So that's the summary for that. Then moving on to the reassessment and restudy that will follow the cluster study. It will evaluate the impacts of those network upgrades that were identified in the previous interconnection studies and assumed in the cluster study. So then interconnection request withdrawals will be considered, which occurred after the completion of the interconnection studies for the immediate preceding cluster. Downsizing requests for ICs will be considered in that study as well. The performance of earlier queued interconnection customers and executed GIAs with respect to required milestones or other obligations. Changes in TP deliverability allocation or deliverability status that have occurred prior to that will be considered in this reassessment and reevaluated. And then the results of the TP deliverability allocation from the prior interconnection study cycle. And of course, we will add all of the transmission upgrades or remove any that needs to be removed that came from the most recent TPP cycle. So we want to have most updated base case for you so we can reevaluate all the constraints that were previously identified. So then as part of the reassessment, your conditionally assigned network upgrades may become assigned network upgrades if the project that's originally responsible for the CANU withdraws, but that CANU is still needed. And since original project withdrew, then the project that had it as a CANU is now going to take that cost. So that would be something that would be reevaluated and added in the reassessment. Or a conditionally assigned network upgrade can become a precursor network upgrade if the original project responsible for the CANU signs IA, and then they will then, assume the cost, and that project that had it as a CANU no longer has any financial responsibility for it. So it will become your precursor network upgrade. And then as part of the reassessment, we may make adjustments to your maximum cost responsibility for network upgrades. If your upgrade cost goes down by 20% or $1 million, or $1 million, so as compared to the previous MCR costs. So that's also something that can occur. In terms of the restudy piece, here we're talking about the immediately preceding cluster. So that would be cluster 15 for when we do the next reassessment. We will perform a restudy as part of the reassessment for those projects if there is, change in projects withdrawing, other changes that may cause those immediately preceding cluster projects to receive, any change in their network upgrades. Then we will issue reports to the immediately preceding cluster as well as part of the reassessment. And we have 180 days to complete the reassessment and restudy. So moving on to the facility studies, those are going to be completed within 120 days after executed interconnection facility study agreement. It will be performed on a clustered basis. They will specify and provide your current cost responsibility, maximum cost responsibility, and maximum cost exposure to implement the conclusions of the cluster report. We'll also identify electrical switching configuration of the connecting equipment, including, without limitation, the transformer, switchgear, meters, and other stations. And then the nature and estimated cost of any of the participating TO interconnection facilities and network upgrades necessary for the interconnection, And then we will, of course, estimate the time required to complete the construction and installation of those facilities. So after that, the transmission plan deliverability study will be performed, and it looks like Q1 for 2027 for cluster 15. So we'll perform the TPD study of the TPD deliverability to deliverable option generating facility that meet the eligibility criteria set forth in the tariff, and merchant option generating facilities that did not require ADNUs will also participate in that. And then the TP deliverability available for allocation will be determined from the most recent TPP. We'll update base case, updated base case will be utilized, of course, which includes the most recently approved TPP projects. And then allocation is based on scores. Once generating facility is allocated TPD, the facility will have to comply with the retention criteria. And then I have that bullet point at the end that, you know, it's going, TPD process is going through IPE track 3, so follow that for updates and changes that will occur between now and when we'll perform the TPD study for cluster 15. I think that's the last slide for me. Are there any questions?
So I'll go ahead and read a couple questions in the chat, and then we'll go to the room. First, what triggers a restudy? If no project is withdrawn, is a restudy still necessary?
So we will do a reassessment study no matter what. And that will include kind of like what we do right now, right? We'll look at all the projects that are not yet online and their network upgrades. And if the network upgrades are not in flight, those will be reassessed. And sometimes there could be situations where we see an issue, it needs to be added. Most of the time, we're seeing upgrades that get, you know, removed or reduction in scope. So projects pre-immediate cluster will be reassessed. We're assuming that if there's no changes for the immediately preceding cluster, like nobody withdrew from cluster 15, there probably would be minimal to no changes for those projects, so they may not get a restudy reassessment report. So it'll just depend, but we will definitely still be doing a reassessment study.
And I think that answers this question as well. Will the restudy be zonal, or will the whole cluster be restudied?
Yeah. Alan,
Yeah, hi, Alan Combs. Maybe you can go back a slide to page 60. And so you're calling out a reassessment there between October 2025 and April of 2026. It was the reassessment and restudy page.
Yes.
But the question is where is cluster 15 in this process? Has its impact study already begun, or is this what happens before
completed the
impact
cluster study
Okay.
right in October, and then it gets pulled
Right.
into the restudy potentially.
Will there be there's a reassessment going on today. Is that the only reassessment that's going on before cluster 15 begins, or will there be another one?
Yes, that's the only one, right? The one that's happening right now that doesn't include cluster 15.
So there's no reassessment conducted earlier in 2025 then?
No.
Right, okay.
Mm-mm.
Does the current reassessment include dropouts from cluster 14?
Yes, up to the, deadline that we could build our base cases, yes.
Well, how about, there was a fair number of projects that dropped out with second IFS in July. Did the reassessment include projects that dropped out during
Tried
July?
to incorporate as much as we could from the dropouts in July. Yeah,
Okay.
we did.
So I think this is important because I think it sets the stage for cluster 15. When are those results getting communicated? I apologize if that's been released somewhere else.
That's all right, December
Yeah.
12th.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Ruhua from Canada Renewables. I have a few questions. First, regarding ADNU, that's only going to be applied to the merchant zone. For the TPD zone, are you guys also going to list what the ADNU is required?
Yeah, if we do identify ADNUs in the DPD zonal study, we will also identify them, but again, they won't be included in your cost responsibility, unlike for the merchant zonal studies.
Thank you. In that case, will the developer have the opportunity to fund the ADNU though?
We don't have that option anymore with the
Thank
new
you.
process.
The second question is about the timeline here. I know you said that you're going to do a reassessment study anyways. So in the tariff, all the study process, just say up to 150 days or up to 180 days. Do you think ISO is there a possibility that ISO is going to finish the study earlier and then send the reports to developer earlier, or this is more like a firm schedule that you're going to send the report to the developers at the end of the study frame?
The plan is to send the reports at the end of the study frame. Yeah. I don't think we can do it faster.
Thank you. Yeah, we're used to the delay.
We hope we can do it on time. Yeah.
Yeah, thank
That's
you.
the plan.
Actually, this helps with, our scheduling as well, because we're trying to, coordinate the different aspects of development at the same time. The third question is regarding the reassessment study, cost change. If in any case, the cost change is going to create a reduction in the posting, can we just request for the, posting to be changed or like LC to be changed with the PTOs?
I'm not sure about the posting at that point. We can
Yes, we are not going to require any project to be over posted. So you absolutely can reduce your posting.
Thank you.
If it meets the criteria, actually, I will say, because at this point, we're talking about a restudy and not the phase 2 study, since cluster 14 has already finished that.
Thank you.
And the criteria for that is in the GitApp. That's Appendix DD of the CAISO tariff.
All right, I'll definitely check that. Thanks.
Aisha?
Where I have asked this before, I'll ask it again. The commercial readiness deposit, the second and the third one, that is the 5 and the 20%, and probably the 10%. Pardon me if I forget. That's only based on the reliability network upgrades. It does not include the interconnection facility cost. So we absolutely don't pay anything for interconnection facility until LGI. It sounds too good to be true.
We searched high and low for a posting for interconnection facilities
And
and
there's
could
no-
not find it. So
Okay.
we believe that there is no more posting for PTO interconnection facilities. Yeah, until after your generator interconnection agreement is signed.
It's signed, okay. And after that, it's like 100% as part of like a third IFS kind of thing? Or that's?
I believe so. That's outside of our expertise for
Yeah,
interconnection. That
okay.
gets into the execution and the regulatory contracts team. So maybe they'll talk about it.
Yeah, I
in
can
their
follow up like via email maybe, but that's helpful.
Go ahead, Brian.
Brian with Z Global. Vera, thank you for your explanation. Affected systems, we still handling those the same way we did in the past?
No, that's very, well, no, it is different.
We need an explanation of that because almost all of our projects have affected systems and we're just slogging through that process with them and it's pretty tough.
Hey, Brian, Jason with the queue management team. So we'll still be reaching out to affected systems from a potential and identified process perspective, and then we'll reach back out to the interconnection customers with who identified who notified us of being an identified affected system. Yeah. So generally speaking, yes, the affected system process will still continue as is. We'll identify the timing of the process. It's all based and defined in the tariff appendix KK.
Okay, and at some point,
But-
we still need to provide
but-
sorry, go ahead, Deb.
But the generator interconnection agreement has to be executed within so many days of the results. What we have in the tariff is we've gone ahead and we've allowed extra time to the extent that you have an affected system issue. But you still have to execute the GIA potentially before you get the results from the affected system.
Yeah.
Okay.
So So by results, Deb, I think what you're saying is the study results from the affected system study that they do on their end, right? We will notify you if the affected system has identified as an affected system quickly in the process, right? The study of the affected system or by the affected system will happen potentially after you sign your GIA.
Okay, but either way, we will sign our GIA because there's a timeline in the ISO tariff says, studies are done, you got to sign your IA.
Correct.
But then we still might be dealing with a city and county of San Francisco who says, we're going to wait for a couple of years to do the study.
That's correct. That would be between the interconnection customer and the affected system.
Okay, and if they're dragging their feet, not doing what they should be doing, and we get to the point where we're ready to come online, then I'm assuming we have a conversation with you all to figure out how to move forward.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, TBD based on the situation, right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, we got one in the chat and then we'll do one in the room. How will PG&E's list of substations with fault duty limitations impact the cluster studies, given that any project connected a bus away can contribute more than 100 amps of fault current?
Yeah, so PG&E will determine the issues either during the IR validation or it's going to go through the study and then we'll determine mitigation. Yeah.
Hi, thanks, Vera. Virginia here. I was wondering, I think I heard you say this twice, but I just want to confirm. The maximum cost exposure will include the maximum cost exposure even for a merchant? And you?
The maximum cost exposure
Yes.
includes like can use, is that what you're asking? So
I thought
that's
I
the
heard
difference between
merchant.
MCR and MCE is that MCR doesn't include conditionally assigned network upgrades, but MCE does.
Okay, so that if you're in a merchant zone, you're not capped at all through the MCE?
Yeah, that's
Maximum cost
no.
exposure? No.
I guess
Yeah,
not.
I don't think you would be because there's no like maximum limit that we were trying to get to. You just pay the full cost.
Okay, I thought I heard merchant in there earlier and I was like, let me make sure.
Well,
I understand.
AD&Us will be included in your cost responsibility. That's what I was trying to say
Okay.
for merchant.
And then I think I had a follow on to the affected system. So, I think you answered this question, Jason. If you do have an issue with an affected system, that is going to either their network network upgrades, say they come back from their study and their network upgrades are going to take like 15 years or something like that. That doesn't count as a PTO delay for the CAISO, right? But that's still a real delay for us. So, are you discussing the options for, would we be able to suspend the project and that it's only 3 years, or is that, it's a real, as you know, it's a real issue we face this week. We're ready for construction and they're still finishing the study, so, yeah.
Yeah, Virginia, unfortunately, the CAISO doesn't have tariff authority right now to manage non-jurisdictional affected systems, and 18 of the 20 affected systems in the ISO territory are non-jurisdictional. So I would say, I will answer your question that yes, it is not considered a PTO delay or PTO extension. Let me clarify that. An affected system timeline is not, the ISO will not consider it a PTO extension. That is an agreement that needs to occur between the customer and that identified affected system. And we'll have individual conversations as needed, and we'll do what we can to help support that. But we are currently bound by the tariff and the timelines associated with it. Wish I had a better answer for you, but that's where we're at today.
All right, looks like we have 2 raised hands online, and then I'll read a chat question, and then we'll move on.
Someone in the room too, after that.
Did we have 2 raised hands?
This is Larry Bourne from Ridge Power. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I had a question. I think it was near the beginning when you were talking about the cluster study. First question was, there was a bullet that said assess the POI selected by each IC and potential alternatives. I just wanted some clarification. When you say potential alternatives, are those alternatives that the IC has selected, or are they like recommendations from CAISO? does that mean?
It would be like the PTO and the CAISO would potentially identify a better POI for the customer, and then we would go through it. I guess if the customer has another suggestion at that point, we can probably evaluate as well. But I'm seeing that that's coming from the PTO and the CAISO.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you. The last question I had was, this might have been answered already in this presentation for today, but is it safe to assume, like outside of like the restudies for cluster 15, will this process be somewhat similar for future clusters 16 and onward, or is that going to change? It's going to be a little bit different.
The plan is for it to be similar process ongoing from cluster 15 and beyond.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to read the question in the chat. This is from Regis. Could you clarify when CANU could no longer be attributed to later queue projects? Is it linked to the project prior signing a GIA or third posting being made?
It's linked to them signing GIA.
Or withdraw? Okay, we'll take one more in the room and then we'll move on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Eddie did actually Powers Energy. Does the reassessment study continue to abide by the maximum cost responsibility identified in this study?
Right, yeah.
So it's capped at the maximum cost responsibility.
We are still capped at maximum cost exposure.
Yeah.
Cost
It
exposure.
can make modifications, and you'll have to consult the tariff for those specific qualifying events that will modify a project's maximum cost responsibility.
Okay.
It's in GitApp Appendix DD of the CAISO tariff.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, one more, and then we're moving on.
Let's go ahead and mute Vinay.
Hi, this is Vinay from Clearway. In terms of the cluster restudy.
Bixby voice privacy contents have been updated.
Sorry.
Bixby voice privacy contents.
So in terms of cluster restudy, is it correct that there will be like a notification from CAISO that restudy is needed or not?
Yeah, based for the immediate preceding queue cluster, based on the FERC order, we need to communicate if there is going to be updated reports for that immediate preceding queue cluster or not.
I see. And then for the cluster 15 restudy itself, let's say cluster 14 or previous cluster make few changes such as downsizing, withdrawal, etc. Is that a trigger enough for a cluster 15 restudy?
Probably we'll have to evaluate that. I think when it was saying for the restudy with withdrawals, it was probably more referring to cluster 15. But like I said, reassessment will still be performed anyway because we will see changes for previous clusters and then TPP updates and things like that. But we'll have to evaluate in terms of what the impact may be for the cluster 15 when that time comes.
I see. So in terms of sequencing, you would first do the reassessment for cluster 14 and prior, and then make a determination for cluster 15 whether a restudy is needed.
Now, the reassessment would be done at the same time as the restudy. There's no separate. So if we decide that cluster 15 is not affected, I guess we would communicate that, but it's not a separate timeline.
Cluster 15, we're going to go over in a couple slides when cluster 15 gets to do their Appendix B also. And I think that's kind of what you're talking about. So they wouldn't do that before the reassessment period. So we're going to go ahead and move on. If you have any additional questions, feel free to put them in the chat or send us an email until RIP goes live and then send me a comment. Thank you, Vera. Okay, so I'm going to go over the customer actions for the studies. For the cluster study, we'll issue the report in November of 25. We will also hold a report meeting. Again, these meetings are by zone. They are not individual, and you will need that NDA and registration to be able to get in the door. Don't forget. within 20 days of the report meeting, you will need to demonstrate that you have continued site control. So even if you have a deed, you need to let us know. I still have a deed. The tariff specifically says, and the FERC order specifically says you need to demonstrate continued site control. So if you have a lease option, you need to let us know, like we still have that option. You'll need to submit the 5% commercial readiness deposit to the PTO within 20 calendar days of the report meeting. And if you are sharing interconnection facilities, you will also need to submit an effective agreement within 20 calendar days of that meeting. Okay. This is a quick calendar. It's the same one that Vera showed, but we're just pointing out that the Appendix B is due within 30 calendar days of receipt, and you will receive that in the June 2026 timeframe. This is the same Appendix B with a few tweaks, and that lets you make the specified changes to your project. Reassessment restudy, as Vera spoke about, we'll issue the report in May of 26 and hold a meeting around the same time. You will sign the facility study agreement within 30 days of receipt, which includes the Appendix B. You'll also need to demonstrate 100% site control at this time and submit a 10% commercial readiness deposit to the PTO. Interconnection facility study will issue a draft report in October of 2026. The customer has 30 days to provide written comments to the ISO. The ISO will include those include responses to those comments in the final report that'll be issued in November of 2026. The CAISO will hold a report meeting in early November. And this is just a quick overview. I know there are a lot of commercial readiness deposits. So this talks about all commercial readiness deposits are sent to the PTO. And this just gives you a breakdown of when those deposits are due and what the amount is. So feel free to reference us at any time. And with that, we're going to go over withdrawals. Okay. You may withdraw at any time. If you would like to withdraw today, send me an email and I will gladly accept. All right, written notice. Later on, you'll withdraw in the GRIP. But yes, seriously though, if you know that you're not going to move forward, send me that notice. Save us all a little time. Okay, so the timing of withdrawal and the withdrawal penalty. So the commercial readiness withdrawal penalty, if you withdraw prior to the commencement of the study, you lose your application fee. The application fee is non-refundable once you send it to us. I will go buy a very expensive pair of shoes. Just kidding, I won't. Okay, but during the cluster study or after the cluster study report meeting, but prior to reassessment, you will lose the greater of the study deposit and 2 times its actual allocated costs. Between reassessment and the interconnection facility study, you forfeit the greater of your study deposit and 5% of the estimated costs. Between the facility study and the GIA, you forfeit the greater of the study deposit and 10% of the estimated cost. Essentially, I feel like you just forfeit whatever commercial readiness deposit you made. So, questions, reference this slide at any time. Okay, for the action deposit, after you make that deposit, if you withdraw prior to the commencement of the restudy or interconnection facility study, you lose 15% between the restudy and okay, 30%. My brain's not reading that correctly, but between the interconnection facility study and the signing of the GIA, you lose 50%. And after you've executed your GIA or filed unexecuted, you lose 100%. So if you're in a merchant zone, your additional commercial readiness deposit, anytime after the engagement window, you lose 50%. questions, comments, feel free to go to any of the links. Okay. If you have any questions from this presentation, I'll answer one right now, but send an email to IR info. We are really good at responding. We do like hearing from you, especially if you're withdrawing your project. Okay, one in the back. Sorry, can we get him a microphone? Thank you, 1 second.
Louis Bekoff, yes, Volta. Question is, do we essentially get all of our money back from outstanding interconnection applications before December 2nd? And then what you just showed on those slides up until I think it would be like June of next year?
So as far as the December 2nd deadline, anything that was already used to process your application, you will get back what's over that, if that makes sense. So there have been funds that have already been spent, but you are entitled to whatever has not been spent. And then as far as until June, yeah. So if you withdraw prior to the commencement of the study, then you get your commercial readiness and your study deposit back. Well, your commercial readiness back, yes.
Thank you. And sorry, one more question. So our application fee would be what is refundable?
No, the application fee is not refundable. It's a fee, not a deposit.
Even if we withdraw before December 2nd?
Even if you withdraw before December 2nd.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yes?
This is Abhishek from Rev Renewables. So on row number 2, am I reading this right, that IC will forfeit the greater of their study deposit, which for a 100 megawatt project could be 150,000, and 2 times its actual allocated study cost. So study costs versus study costs usually in my experience are quite low. And the study deposit here that we're talking about is around $150,000 for a 100 megawatt project. Is that right? That we end up losing $150,000?
That sounds right.
Okay.
I haven't sat down to do the math. I will apologize ahead of time. This is not my area of expertise.
Okay,
So-
we'll send you an email too, but just wanted to
Yes.
see if I'm understanding that right.
Yes, send me an email and I will do the math.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
that'd be great, because obviously the Interconnection Resources team is much larger than Kaylee and I, but everybody else is unwell today.
I saw Brian first.
I have an unrelated question if it's okay to ask.
Can you hold it to the end?
You bet.
Thank you.
I just had a comment. That is right. It's the risk
Okay.
language. So yeah.
Like I thought it was. Okay, I'll take one more in the room or online if we have any. I see you.
Rupa from Cantor Renewables. A question regarding Appendix B. Looks like certain modifications are allowed in Appendix B, especially on the modified technical parameters of technology. Can we actually change technology at this phase? For example, if we were PV only, and can we change to BESS in this case?
I think you can. Can you send me that in an email and I'll verify?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions on hands? Okay, taking that as a no, I am going to pass. Oh, hey, guess what? Time for lunch. Just kidding. I am going to apologize. We're running a little bit behind today, but I want to say thank you. You guys have all had great questions. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass to Eric East, who's on the phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My video should be popping on in a second. Sure, my head will be enormous in the room.
Actually, we turned off your video. We're just watching the screen.
Oh, okay. That's fine too. If we could go to the next slide of where we are. So we're going to talk about the GIA tendering and execution and some retirement scenarios from the regulatory contracts team. So we go to the next slide here. So I broke this up into two separate sections because I know there's various stakeholders and the various clusters that are here today. So the first part would be cluster 14 and before, and then the second part would be cluster 15 and forward, just to ensure that there's clarity for the stakeholders for what really applies to you based on what cluster you are in. So for cluster 14, which is up on the screen here, to interconnect to the CAISO controlled grid, you need to have a generator interconnection agreement in place between you as the interconnection customer, the appropriate PTO, and the CAISO. So it's a three-party agreement. The GIA consists of Appendix EE for the LGIA, Appendix FF for the SGIA, and then Appendix DD is the GET app, which are the procedures that help guide some of those processes as we go through those. So Appendix EE and Appendix FF are pro forma. The appendices, I would say they're probably 10 to 20% pro forma as it pertains to the structure of the appendices, but what actually goes into those are specific to each interconnection customer. And then the GIA may cover more than one resource ID and a CAISO queue position, and a project interconnecting to the non-CAISO controlled grid can execute an agreement with the PTO or utility distribution company. We go to the next slide. So I'm sure most of you are familiar with your TPD allocations, but there are three avenues you can go down once you receive your allocation results. First one is you can park and see if you get your desired allocation in the next cycle. Second one is you can withdraw. And then the third one is you could accept some or all of your TPD allocation or proceed as energy only. And then from there, we would start to negotiate and execute the GIA. So we go to the next slide. So just going through the tendering of the GIA, it's a backward-looking calculation. So we start with the earliest achievable in-service date, subtract off 120 days for the 120 calendar days for the negotiation process to take place, subtract off another 60 calendar days to account for milestones leading up to the construction start. And then we subtract off your longest lead time network upgrade, and then we arrive at a tender date that the PTO would send you your GIA, your draft GIA over. So if we go to the next slide. If you can indulge me for a second and hop in your DeLorean and go back to Q1 of 2022, let's pretend we are there. You would have got your phase 2 results. So let's pretend like your earliest achievable in-service date is April 1st, 2025. We would subtract off 120 calendar days for that negotiation, another 60 to account for those milestones leading up to the construction, which makes up that 180 calendar days. And then let's pretend we have 30 months for our longest lead time network upgrade. And that's how we would arrive at that April 1st, 2022 of you receiving your draft GIA. Next slide, please. So the GIA is tendered by the PTO, and then from there, you as the interconnection customer, the PTO, and the CAISO all put our fingerprints on that document and ensure that we are comfortable with it. Once we are all three comfortable with it, the PTO will send over an execution copy to the CAISO. The contract negotiators will send out a questionnaire form, one to the PTO, one to the interconnection customer, which lays out who you're going to have sign the agreement and then relevant parties that need to be in the know as it pertains to this GIA being executed. We will send that over to our friends in regulatory contracts who do a phenomenal job putting the DocuSign and the package together for us. It will go through that DocuSign process and then move through to get the appropriate parties to execute on that document. We could go to the next slide. So cluster 15 and forward GIAs. So the order 2023 tariff revisions will start with the cluster 15. The new revisions will be implemented in a new tariff appendix, which is Appendix KK, known as the Resource Interconnection Standards. So think of that as the new Appendix DD. Similar to the cluster 14 and before projects, you need to have a generator interconnection agreement to interconnect to the CAISO controlled grid between the IC, the PTO, and the CAISO. In cluster 15, the GIA will consist of Appendix LL, which is the new LGIA, and then Appendix MM, which is the new SGIA. And similar here, the appendices will be specific to each interconnection customer. The GIA can cover more than one resource ID and CAISO queue position. And then similarly, project interconnecting to the non-CAISO controlled grid may execute an agreement with the PTO or the utility distribution company. Let's go to the next slide, please. So similar as before, as I mentioned, the three different avenues that can go through as it pertains to the TPD allocation. You can choose to park and seek transmission plan or seek your allocation in the next cycle. You can withdraw, or you can accept your TPD deliverability allocation or proceed as energy only, and then we'll move forward with the GIA from there. Go to the next slide, please. So cluster 15 will be very different as it pertains to the tendering timeline. So as we just heard, you will receive a facility study report. You as the customer, once you receive the report, you as the customer have 30 calendar days to provide comments to that report, if you have any. Once you either say, I'm good with the report, or you issue your comments, the PTO at that point has 30 calendar days to issue your draft GIA. And then 60 calendar days from that draft issuance is when that GIA needs to be executed. So if we could go to the next slide just for a quick example here. So let's assume your facility study gets issued April 1st, 2025. We would have up to 60 calendar days to A, provide comments, and B, to provide comments. So assuming that you do or do not have comments kind of moves that needle for how soon that tendering will play out. So within the 60 calendar days, your latest tender date would be May 31st, assuming you take 30 days to provide comments and the PTO takes 30 days to issue the draft GIA. And then from there, you'd have that 60 calendar days to execute the GIA. So that would be around that July 30th. At the latest is when that GIA would be executed. And just something I want to point out, I know Kaylee had it on a few slides back. I think it was on slide 65 or maybe a little bit later. But with the GIA execution, that will need to be accompanied with a 20% deposit of your network upgrade cost minus your commercial readiness deposit that was provided with the interconnection request. So if we could go to the next slide. So same as before, the PTO will tender the GIA, and then all three parties will work to negotiate it and get it to a finalized form. Once we get there, the PTO will send an execution copy out to the CAISO. The contract negotiators will send out those questionnaire forms to the PTO and the IC to see who's signing the agreement. And then we'll have that 60 calendar days to tender and execute that agreement. So I know it was brought up before, the question about affected systems. There is language now that covers that. So if this scenario does pop up to you as a customer, you can extend the deadline of that 60 calendar days by an additional 30 days to wait for that report. or up to 210 calendar days after the tender of the GIA and its appendices, whichever is earlier. So there is some flexibility if you do have an affected system pop up. There's some flexibility as far as time to get that report back, so you can have a full picture of what your project looks like. And if we could go to the next slide. Oh, that's it. So any questions?
Eric, there's a question in the chat.
Ruhua from Canada Renewables. I think, we all welcome the change of shorter GIA negotiation, but in my past experience, I never had any GIA negotiated within 2 months. In this case, I just want to know, how can California ISO hold the PTOs, liable for a quick return on the comments? Because what we have seen in the past is that they could sit on the comments for months, without replying to us. I know the contract managers have been very actively, talking to the PTO. Sometimes, they need to have a return of the comments, but sometimes that just didn't happen. And in one of our case, we have to escalate all the way to Debbie, and then she was able to help us to resolve that problem. But I just want to know, in this new situation, new scenario, how could ISO, hold PTOs liable for a quick return on the negotiations?
So, and folks in the room, feel free to jump in, but I think it's been about it before. This is a new process. It'll be a new process for everybody. And you won't be getting your first facility study report until, I think you had December 2026 up in previous slides, Kaylee. So we'll have plenty of time to work together with the stakeholders, with the PTOs, to really refine this process and get some efficiencies in place, just to ensure that we can meet these FERC timelines that are laid out in the OAT. So it will just be a lot of coordination between the CAISO and the PTOs, and we have time to work through some of these processes to ensure we do meet these timelines. So there'll be a lot of coordination in the meantime to ensure that.
Thank you.
Eric, there was a question in the chat that's very similar. We've had situations where the PTO was not able to tender the GIA within the ISO's timeframe. The new timeline for granting the GIA may even be more challenging for PTOs to meet. What protection is contemplated in the CAISO tariff for interconnection customers when the PTOs are unable to tender the GIAs on time?
So Eric, this is Deb. Let me go ahead and answer that question.
Okay.
One of the good things about moving to Grid Unity is that Grid Unity is going to go ahead and auto-populate the GIA based on the data that is already in Grid Unity. It typically takes the teams about 2 to 3 weeks to gather all the data just to populate the appendices for the GIAs. So that is now going to be done in 3 seconds. So with that, we're hopeful that we can cut down considerably on the amount of time it takes to go ahead and tender the GIAs, since it'll all be automated.
Thanks, Eric. We're going to go ahead and move on.
Thank you.
I think we have one more. Sorry, let's do one more question in the room. See 2 questions in the room.
My question has to do with Eddie Dadashti, Powers Energy. My question has to do with the Cluster 14 projects that are already parked. Will they be allowed a second term to park, or will they be moved if they come out of park into Cluster 15 studies? How does that work?
That policy is currently under review and revision in a stakeholder process. It's called IPE 2023 Track 3. So I encourage you to follow that stakeholder process to determine the future for parking.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Are we good to move on? Hello, my name is Jocelyn Ramirez. I'm a contract administrator with regulatory contracts, and I will be touching a bit further into the execution process that Eric East just mentioned. For your personal reference, each item I am going to discuss is detailed in Section 3 of the Generator Management Business Practice Manual. When contract negotiation is complete, the regulatory contracts team will prepare an executable generator interconnection agreement within 10 business days of the negotiator's request. We will send the agreement via DocuSign. When the agreement is fully executed, each party will receive an executed copy for their records, and the ISO reports the execution of the agreement to FERC. In concurrence with the new resource implementation checklist, information request sheets will need to be completed and provided to regulatory contracts for the preparation of each applicable market agreement following the execution of your interconnection generator agreement. The information forms provide us with the signatory information, metering information, and resource specifications. Market agreements are prepared and executed after the interconnection agreement is in place. These agreements contain pro forma language approved by FERC July 1st, 2014. Market agreements are located in the ISO Tariff Appendix B. If there are any changes in the agreement post-execution, for instance, contact information, transfer of agreement to another entity, or a change in parent company, please reach out to the regulatory contracts team as soon as possible. We will provide you with instructions and documentation requirements, as requirements can vary based on the type of change. And that being said, it is important to consider who will be listed as the primary alternate contact in the information request sheets, as the changes must be initiated by those listed in the agreements or the current agreement holder. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
So I am not Julia. I am, that's okay. I am Angela. I am a contract analyst within the regulatory contracts team, and I will be sharing some information about resource retirements. Participating generators that wish to retire or mothball their generating units, either on a permanent or long-term basis, must communicate their intent to the CAISO and participating transmission owner under one of these scenarios. Scenario 1 is available for a resource that has been approved for the repowering process or has entered the queue to be studied for repower. Scenario 2 is available for a resource that has not completed the assessment for the repowering process or has entered the queue after being deemed ineligible for the affidavit repowering process. Scenario 3 is available for a resource that needs to permanently retire, will not repower, and has no need to retain deliverability. And finally, scenario 4 is available for a resource that needs to mothball until the next steps have been determined, which could be restarting, decommissioning, permanent retirement, repowering, or entering the generator interconnection queue. Deliverability can be retained for up to 3 years and is only available for retirement. The retirement request must be submitted to regulatory contracts. Can you hear me? Oh. Um, the retirement request must be submitted to regulatory contracts at least 90 days prior to the desired effective date. This allows a proper amount of time for the ISO to conduct a deliverability study assessment to determine data necessary for deliverability retention and further actions, if any, apply. The results of the assessment, as well as the life of the retirement, are tracked internally by regulatory contracts and are passed on to the requesting participating generator as well as affected ISO business units. The California ISO requires a notice of generating unit retirement or mothball affidavit, which is linked on the next slide. The affidavit will need to be notarized and submitted to regulatory contracts for review. And here we have all of the resource links. I do want to touch on if there are any questions during the process of the retirement, or if you're considering requesting a retirement, please email regulatorycontracts@kaiso.com. We will answer all of your questions. Do we have any questions?
Good afternoon. I can't tell. Oh, there. Good. Okay. Good afternoon, Christopher McLean, staff, California Energy Commission. I'm hoping for maybe a few like quite specific tariff references that sort of lay out what the sort of rights are around retention of deliverability. And so if that's not readily available, I'm happy to take it via email.
Please hold.
Okay, here we go. Section 6.1.3.4 of the BPM for regulatory requirements.
I take it by your nod that you memorized that because it was long.
Sorry, reliability requirements.
All right, anything else? Is there anything online?
I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and move on to queue management with Kelsey and Ryan. Oh, I do have another question.
Quick question. So this is Jasmine from AES Clean Energy. So when a generator declares retirement, what I see here is can keep their deliverability for 3 years from the day that declares that retirement. Is that communicated by the ISO? It just is followed by the tariff, or how do we know?
So once we submit the appropriate paperwork in order to get the deliverability study assessment conducted, we do require 90 days to complete that study. And once we do get the results, we do send an external notification to all parties involved with that request, and you will be notified of any further actions, if any, apply, what your deliverability expiration date will be, and various other information.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello, my name is Ryan Cox. Oh, hello. With Q Management, this is Kelsey Campbell. We'll be walking you through, and hopefully we can get some time back. So at a high level, we're going to go over the various processes that Q Management handles and just go over some of the most recent changes and then a couple of the upcoming changes. So at a high level, Q Management, for those of you who don't know, is in charge of the queue. We manage it. And so we try to maintain the accurate queue of viable projects. That means we handle the modifications, all the data is up to date, and we try to make sure that all the projects that are in the queue are actively working towards commercial operation. We enforce the tariff and BPM policy as we proceed through that. We assist projects towards achieving their commercial operation within the bounds of the tariff. And then prior to initial sync and COD, we also ensure that various GIA obligations have been met. So in the process, the queue management team will take over as the project managers once the GIA has been executed. We work alongside the regulatory contracts and contract negotiators who you just heard from. And we also handle all modifications after the phase 2 studies are completed. And we also work with the new resource implementation or NRI team as the projects approach their commercial operation dates. So the first process we wanted to talk about was TP deliverability retention. We work with the interconnection resources team to handle the deliverability retention process. So if you sought your deliverability and received it in Group B or Group D, then that means you have to demonstrate in future years that you have a PPA. If you're Group B, the next year you have to demonstrate that you have a PPA. If you're Group D, you have to demonstrate the next year that you are either shortlisted or negotiating a PPA, and then the year after that you have to demonstrate that you have a PPA. Once you have provided an executed PPA, you do not need to provide a PPA again for TPD retention. We know it used to be you had to continue providing it every year, but once you've provided an executed PPA, you do not have to provide it again. I want to emphasize for TPD retention, you may still have to provide a PPA if you extended your milestones using commercial viability criteria. So if you have a COD that goes beyond 7 years in the queue, and you used CVC to reach that COD, then you have to provide a demonstration annually that you continue to meet those CVC requirements. So if you provided a PPA, you have to provide that. And if you use the 8-year extension or the 1-year extension to provide CVC without a PPA, you still need to provide all the documentation except that PPA until your PPA deadline. And then you would provide a PPA every year after that. The CVC demonstration for convenience is at the same time as the TPD retention deadline. We require both of those at the same time, but they are distinct processes. And so you will need to provide that demonstration separate from your TPD retention documentation. And now I'll pass off to Kelsey to discuss modifications. Or actually, let's pause there. Do we have any questions on the TPD retention process? Hearing none, so we'll go on to modifications.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Campbell. One of the jokes that I made with Ryan when we were putting together this slide is that modifications is usually how most of the people in this room and on the call know queue management. So this is going to be a little bit of a review for everyone, but let's just go ahead and do it. Before phase 2 study results meetings are published, those changes are going to go through our very beautiful and well-organized interconnection resources team. After the phase 2 results meetings are published, and if you wish to create make a change to your projects, is going to come through queue management. We ask that all modification requests are submitted to queuemanagement@kaiso.com. There are different types of modifications. The first is just an MMA, a material modification assessment. This is used on any project that's in the queue that has not reached commercial operation. There's also post-COD modifications. So once you've reached COD, if you would like to change your inverters or add BESS, you can do that through that process. Permissible technological advancements, or PTA, is used for smaller changes that can usually be processed more quickly. We usually see these, if this process is most commonly utilized when aligning a COD with a PPA. We also have construction sequencing. This is any project within about a year of coming online can utilize construction sequencing for up to 6 months. This is cumulative, and this is just in the event that your construction processes are taking a little bit longer and you would like to extend out that final COD by just a couple of months. For most modifications, the best place to start is the modification request form, which is located online. This form was specifically designed to help go through the entire process, I think that's going to be on the next slide. So just a very quick overview of the review process. First, the interconnection customer submits the request, the deposit, the request form, and the technical data if required. After the technical data is deemed valid, then the CAISO and the participating TO engineers have 45-day calendar days to perform an assessment and identify any material impacts, after which we will publish the final report. After that point, we do have some space for amendments, and then the deposit is reconciled with invoices, and if there's a shortfall, the actual cost is paid afterwards. At the moment, our modification timeline is 45 days, and the deposit amount is $10,000, but please keep your eye on IPTRAC 2 because that is proposing an extension to 60 days and a $30,000 deposit. Please also, I think that we covered this a couple of times already, but when you're sending deposits in, please make sure that the MMA that you're requesting, the project name, your queue number, something identifiable so that we know where it goes and I don't have to email you and ask you what it is. And then we're coming back to the modification request form. This was designed by our team to walk customers through the questions and requirements that must be addressed prior to submitting a modification request. There's checklists for all of the required documents, initial checks, and all of the information on that request is our template that we use to draft our final reports. Most questions and issues can be addressed before the MMA is even submitted because we have all of the requirements, all of the tariff links within the request form itself if you have any questions. Just real quick before we move on, we did recently add a milestone evaluation table to the request form. This is our most recent addition to the request form, and this sort of helps the customers and the PTOs and CAISO to just reevaluate based on the IC's best practices of how their timeline is working to make sure that we're all within those milestones. Excuse me. Modifications to add energy storage, best additions. Customers can request to add energy storage to their interconnection request or operating gen facility. This does not alter the approved net to grid megawatt capacity. If you are asking to increase your net to grid megawatt capacity, then you would need to go through the queue process for that. If an existing generating facility has added energy storage and retires its original generating unit, a post-COD modification request is required to verify electrical characteristic impacts, remove the unit from the model, and ensure energy storage can continue to operate. One other process that we also do that's like a modification is deliverability transfers. So just a few little points about this. Customers may request to transfer deliverables from an energy storage addition or to other generating units when located at the same point of interconnection, POI, and voltage level. The deliverability transfer cannot result in a deliverability amount that exceeds the maximum output at POI associated with the projects. And the project receiving the deliverability must meet the retention and CVC requirements of the transferring projects, just as Ryan just went over. And we also have a very clear and concise deliverability transfer request form that walks you through this process similarly to the modification request form. Limited operation studies are used to determine the extent in which a project may achieve commercial operation prior to the completion of network upgrades. This requires a $10,000 deposit and may be requested 5 months prior to initial synchronization. We do have some upcoming BPM changes that will increase that timeline to 9 months. So please keep your eyes peeled for that. Just a little note that all reliability network upgrades and precursor transmission projects must be in service prior to initial synchronization date. And then for repowering requests, I believe that Angela covered most of this. If you are going to choose to go down the repowering path, please, the study deposit, if this is $50,000, we want to make sure that the repowering affidavit and technical data is submitted to queue management. The repower must utilize the same fuel source and point of interconnection of the original facility. And repowering is for existing generating facilities that wish to make unsubstantial changes.
Yeah, let's take a pause. We have a couple questions in the queue. So the first question is, when is the CVC demonstration in 2025?
So the CVC demonstration in 2025 will be at the same time that the TPD documentation is provided. I believe the September is the time. It's September 2025.
Okay, and then also, shouldn't the deliverability retention requirement for long lead time resources with respect to a PPA be aligned with the CPUC LLT resources procurement process timelines?
Not sure I understood that question, but I would say, if I understood it correctly, I don't believe we have the tariff authority to make that change, right? We have to currently operate within the bounds of the tariff, which we've defined as the due dates.
And I would just add, if you have suggestions for things that should change, feel free to join the IPE process where we're discussing all these things extensively. I think I saw a hand in the room up here.
Yeah, this is Mohammed Asir Rafiq from Global. So now, since there's no phase 2, when does queue management take over if you want to make modifications? Before it was after phase 2, but what study now?
It'll be after the facility study.
After the facility, okay, thank you.
I have a question probably for Jason. Does limited operation apply to affected system identified upgrades? Like, for example, non-CAISO jurisdictional projects that do get allocated upgrades, and as part of the CAISO as an affected system study, can limited operation be requested if the upgrade is delaying the COD of the project?
Hey, it's Jason with Queue Management. So I just want to make sure I understood your question. You're talking about upgrades that are identified as part of a CAISO as an affected system study. Okay. I have never been asked that question before. I don't want to answer it here because I don't want to give misdirection. So let's table that. If you're in that situation, email Interconnection Resources and Queue Management, because Interconnection Resources manages the CAISO as an affected system process. Queue Management manages the limited operation studies. We'll coordinate together to figure out the right approach, given the situation.
I see
Okay,
one
we
in
have
the back.
2 questions in the back. We'll go to the back first.
Yeah, Larry Dolman, the PG&E. Just a point of clarification on limited operation study, as we'll be talking about this tomorrow morning. What is the duration to complete that study? I saw 9 months, 5 months. What is the duration?
It's 45 calendar days.
45 calendar days?
Sorry, we didn't include that here, but yeah, 45.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Hi, this is Rupa from Canada Renewables again. I have 2 questions. The first one is regarding the MMA approval timeframe. I know you guys said 45 days and then maybe plus 45 days if certain technical studies are required. But are those the firm timelines, or the PTOs may take as long as they want to complete the study?
Yeah, so if a study is going beyond those 45 days, we do have the authority to essentially just notify you that it's going to take longer and provide a new deadline. That's part of why we are pushing to extend that timeline to 60 days, is because we've just been seeing that we have been going beyond a little bit more often than we'd like. So yes, we do have the ability to extend that deadline if different parties require more time.
Thank you. The second question is about these limited operation studies. On page 121, I'm a little bit confused here on the second bullet point. You said all the reliability network upgrade and precursor transmission project must be in service prior to the initial sync date. But I thought the LOS is required because some of those upgrades cannot be in service prior to initial sync date. So is my understanding is not correct, or there's any confliction here?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a typo on the screen. The LOS is intended to determine the extent to which they can operate ahead of reliability network upgrades. Any interconnection facilities are required before in-service or synchronization.
Thank you. And for the LOS, who actually within the California conducts the study? Is that transmission planning or transmission operation?
The ISO operations planning team does the limited operations study, and then we coordinate with the PTO operations and planning teams to determine if there's other issues or potential issues on the system.
Thank you.
This is Max Code with Pattern Energy. I wanted to understand a little bit more about the addition of storage through the modification process. And it's really, I understand that addition of storage is called out as like a specific modification that's common or accepted. And I wanted to understand if any modification, including like a gross increase of megawatts behind the POI, but not changing the net capacity at the POI, to the extent that it doesn't change electrical characteristics, would those modifications be accepted in the same way here?
So, sorry, just to reiterate the question, you're just asking if you can increase the generation behind POI while keeping the POI megawatts the same?
Yeah, that's correct. And specifying that electrical characteristics do not change either.
Yeah, we would. Oh, yes, but that's only for battery storage capacity increases.
Okay, so the answer is no. Like if you wanted to increase your megawatt capacity for the same fuel type, if it's not storage, you can't do that.
That's correct.
Okay. And is there any, can you point to tariff language or a process that shows why that's the case or explains how that evaluation is done?
Yeah, this is Deb. There's a section in DD and KK, but I don't know what the section is off the top of my head. Okay. If you could go ahead and send in a request, we can get you that tariff section.
Okay, thank you.
Raul Perez, Reliance West. Quick question. Are you guys planning on using Grid Unity for the queue management as well?
Yes, the intention is to eventually have all the queue management items also be accomplished through Grid Unity, including modification requests and other items, but that's still a little bit of a ways out. I don't think we have a firm timeline on it yet, but that is the long-term goal, yes.
What is the current timeline to complete the limited operation study? Does it vary between
45
PTOs?
calendar days. Yeah.
Okay. Does it vary between PTOs?
That timeline, the required timeline doesn't vary. Actual results may vary, but it's more case by case than any PTO.
I'll just add to what Ryan was saying. The limited operation study is different than a modification study, right? The ISO operations team is completing that study. So different groups, different people are looking at that versus the modifications that most of us are familiar with and the delays that we're seeing. I would say historically, the queue management team and the operations groups, we've issued those limited operation studies pretty close to the 45 days. Some have taken a bit longer for certain reasons, but for the most part, we're pretty good at keeping the 45, maintaining the 45 days.
Virginia Thompson, Xterra. I haven't been following the most recent IPE track, so I apologize if this is just ignorance, but is there an effort to improve the actual return of an MMA result as part of that, or does CAISO just really not have the authority to ensure that the TOs complete the MMA study within the 45 or 60 days after it's deemed complete?
We do everything we can to coordinate and project management our processes. We have a lot of work in front of us, and by we, I mean queue management, the PTOs, the interconnection managers, the planning teams, everybody, and we have to balance and coordinate the 80 plus modification requests we have active right now and the study processes. So unfortunately, to answer your question, we do not have authority to hold to the 45 or future 60 days, but we do our best to manage those timelines accordingly.
We're going to take one more question and then we'll move on.
Yeah, can you go back to slide number 119? So in this slide, for the MMA, if we have a project which is, for example, say 100 megawatts and 4 hours, it's a storage project, 100 megawatt, 4 hour. Can we change the duration from 4 hours to 8 hours by adding more inverters, but still keeping the megawatt level the same?
That's likely to change the electrical characteristics. So you'd still have to go ahead and go through the modification process.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I had the follow-up to the other question, sorry. In regards to the MMA, since for quarter 2023, it said that I think extensions of up to 3 years of the COD are no longer material. I don't know what, you have 80 MMAs. Would that eliminate like half of them, or what's that going to do to your MMA queue if you eliminate just the COD extensions from that, so such that we could get more efficient?
TBD. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that's going to apply once we get into the process, or what that trigger is going to be for currently queued projects versus 15 and going forward. We'll have to, I guess, to be determined on how we'll implement and apply that. And while I have the floor, I want to go back to the duration change question. Regardless of adding inverters, if you are changing the duration of your battery storage facility, it will require a modification request. And it does also have the potential to impact your deliverability allocation as well. So just a heads up that, yeah, duration changes do require modification requests.
Okay, we have about 5 more slides to get to, and then we're going to open the floor for open questions.
Okay, just very quickly, the affected systems process. CAISO invites potentially affected systems to scoping meetings and phase 1 results meetings. They must identify as identified affected systems within 60 calendar days of notifications from the CAISO after the interconnection financial security has been posted. Once those affected systems have self-identified, CAISO will notify the interconnection customer of all of the identified affected systems. And the interconnection customer is responsible for contacting the affected systems operations and making reasonable efforts to address the system impacts. Once the impacts are resolved, we just ask that their impacts must be resolved no later than 6 months prior to the generating unit's initial synchronization date. And now I'm going to pass the mic back over to Ryan.
Okay, so on initial synchronization date, as I mentioned earlier, queue management is one of several different teams that have to sign off on any project that wants to sync to the grid. So before your project can sync to the grid, queue management will need to verify that all the GIA obligations have been met. This includes that upgrades have been built, you have the correct inverters, affected systems issues have been mitigated, and megawatt values all match. And then this has become a bigger issue recently as we've had MMAs go a bit longer. We've had more financial shortfalls. So please, I know our accounting team is very good about sending out multiple notifications if you're in shortfall. So please try to cure those as quickly as possible so we don't get up to the last minute and then suddenly we see, oh, you're in financial shortfall, you can't sync. So please try to resolve those as quickly as possible. So the way we track that all these items have been completed is through a combination of the queue management status report and transmission check sheet. On the customer side, you're only going to be worrying about the status report. It's posted on the KAISO website, and there's 2 tabs. There's one for just regular information, and there's one specifically for information that needs to be filled out prior to sync. So all the information on that second tab should be answered yes or in A. And then we also want all the information on the first tab completed and provided to us before you sync to the grid. If we haven't received it, we'll generally let you know at least a month or 2 out that you still need to provide it. But that's a requirement on the customer end. And that's all the items we had. I think should we just go straight to the end so we can get to general questions? Yeah. Lastly, there's the NRI process. They did a very extensive presentation earlier in the year. This is going to be a very high-level overview. If you have any questions about NRI, we recommend reviewing that earlier presentation or reaching out to them directly if you have any follow-up questions. But just at a very high level, NRI works with queue management. Our processes overlap near the end of a project as it approaches its commercial operation date. The NRI team verifies each new resource, make sure that it enters the market correctly, following FERC and NERC standards, and the KAISO and tariff and BPMs with the ability to operate reliably. They provide a clear process for customers to enter the market following the above referenced standards. They provide support for customers participating in the market, and they manage a fair environment where new resources can enter the market and operate commercially. Before starting the NRI process, make sure you have an executed interconnection agreement. You're probably not ready to come online if you don't have an executed interconnection agreement. You'll want to try to have no open MMAs or anticipated MMAs. We understand that in rare circumstances it's unavoidable, but for all intents and purposes, we really want to not have MMAs ongoing while you're in the NRI process. It really complicates things. Resources should be construction ready. You should review the F&M schedule and bucket timelines to ensure that the project schedule is feasible. Do not rely on the expectation that you will be able to expedite your NRI process to meet your project milestones. Please review the bucket items and F&M schedule. Achieving KAISO commercial operations approval means your project is ready to operate in the market. Make sure your construction and contractual schedules line up with this. Resource adequacy timelines are not factored into the NRI process. The average time to complete is between 6 to 9 months, but projects should analyze their agreements, equipment, and construction requirements and KAISO timelines prior to starting the process. Estimated time to complete an NRI project can vary based on various factors, including but not limited to F&M schedule. You can read all that. I know we're going long. Here's a bunch of links. You can read all that too. Again, they have lots of guides, lots of checklists, lots of web pages that you can refer to, so much documentation. Please read that as much as you can, and it'll probably answer your questions. But just in case, I think we'll just go straight to general questions.
Thanks, Ryan. I think we have one specific to your group, and then we can go ahead and open it up. For Regis, on COD extension MMA, we've had situation on after approving the MMA, the PTO suggested an additional short circuit study, which could indeed affect the COD date that was approved prior. How could COD extension PTO assessments could be better clarified so when COD extension is approved, this could no longer change by subsequent studies?
I think I can say right off the bat, there's never going to be a situation where we can 100% guarantee that your COD will never change. Things happen, studies happen, and if it's a cause that is completely outside of the customer's control and is on either the CAISO or the PTO side, we will, those extensions are exempt from CVC requirements. But yeah, generally there's only so much we can do to guarantee a COD, and extensions happen.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions specifically for Ryan or Kelsey?
Oh.
Hi, this is Jasmine from AES Clean Energy. So my main question is, has there been any thought on integrating the kind of like the progress report into the RIMS bucket process? So when we go into in-service date, all the checkbox, there's not trying to figure it out, oh, I forgot to submit the progress report, I need to submit it now. That's my question.
Hey, Jasmine, it's Jason. So we're looking at building that into the new GRIP platform where the progress report or status report would be updated through that platform rather than a separate document. So more to come over the next year as we continue development of that program or platform.
What is the go live date for the new platform to implement the NRI process? Do you have any tentative?
As of right now, the NRI process will not be built into that platform. We're all hopeful and with fingers crossed that we could make it happen, but there's no full intent to utilize GRIP for the NRI MAPI process that exists today.
It seems like that's it. So I think we can go to general questions.
Okay, we can go to general questions. I'm going to start with Marissa. You want to go ahead and say your question? Can we unmute Marissa Martinez? Oh, Marissa, can you raise your hand?
Okay, sorry about that. I was like, I'm not sure why I can't unmute. So I know there was a law because we've been talking for like 8 hours, and we didn't really touch on like TPD versus merchant versus energy only. And I just had a few clarifying questions about kind of our options for the next window. My first question was, I think earlier we walked through that spreadsheet where it's like if you're in the zone, you can compete and all that. So say your project elects to proceed in a TPD zone and you competed, you were able to, hope to be studied, but you were not studied. What are your options after that?
You are welcome to apply in the next cluster.
Is there also an option to switch to energy only within this cluster?
There is not.
Okay, so if you're in TPD zone and you get removed, that's it.
That's correct.
Okay. Similar question, if you proceeded in a merchant zone, is there any part of that process within the year, like say after you get your results and the ADNUs are extremely high, could you switch then to like energy only?
If you apply in a merchant zone and make it through the initial cluster study and decide you'd like to be energy only after that, you can make that change after the cluster study with your Appendix B. You can lower your deliverability.
Understood. Okay. You can lower the deliverability or just like opt out entirely. Those are in Appendix B. And then
I don't really know what you mean by opting out, but you won't be able to seek deliverability if you switch to energy only. You'll never be able to seek deliverability.
Oh, okay. I just meant like if I heard that right, with Appendix B, you could choose energy only at the time.
Yes, you can lower your requested deliverability to energy only at that time.
Okay, understood. And then energy only itself has two types. There's a reimbursable and a non-reimbursable. And say the project went forward in a reimbursable and was removed from study with the whole 150% logic, could that project then switch to non-reimbursable energy only?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That is all my questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, any questions in the room? Are you guys tired of hearing me talk? Never, right? We threw so much at you today. Do we have any questions
something
online?
I want to say.
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
Okay, let me just say this. When the question came up about the changes that can be made with the Appendix B, we weren't very definitive, but now we are about to be definitive. You can change nearly everything except you absolutely may not change your POI and you may not increase your interconnection capacity. So if you want to change your megawatts to be less, that's fine. If you want to change the technologies, fuel types, that is also fine. Just understand that you will need to submit an entirely updated interconnection request package, all of the documents to support the changes that you are proposing in your Appendix B.
I know we've got one question in the back and then we'll come up here.
Hi, this is Jasmine from AES Clean Energy. So my main question is regarding the battery duration. So currently, most of the batteries are 4 hour. I know that we're getting coming up new technologies that might go to 8 hours. I guess going back to material modifications, what I heard is that when we submit from a request to change from 4 hour to an 8 hour battery, we might be at risk of losing the deliverability has been provided. Is that correct understanding? But we will not know until studies has been completed. Is that correct understanding?
I just want to clarify, I don't think you're at risk of losing deliverability. It might just change the status based on the calculation of deliverability. And I would look to engineering to explain why. No pressure.
Yeah, no, this has been from ISO. I can't think why would deliverability change because you're changing your battery energy. So 4 hours is the minimum requirement to count your full megawatt for RA purpose. If you have more than that, I don't see how that's changing, but I could be missing something. That's my take right now. If you want to put in your question in writing, we can take back to our SMEs to clarify, but that's how I see it right now.
Yeah, thanks, Binay. We have seen duration changes from 4 to 2 and that impact deliverability. So maybe the answer is if you're increasing duration, then there is none, but I don't think we have that answer for you. So if you are in that situation or contemplating that situation, email qmanagement@kaiso.com and we're happy to explore the potential impact for you.
Don, so this was about what you mentioned regarding changes in Appendix B. So one, is there any limitation to the downsize of the project because I know sometimes there are limitations that you can't drop more than 20% after a certain step in the process. And you said we have to resubmit a whole new interconnection package. With the implementation of the GRIP platform, would that just be starting a new request on that platform with the same project name and everything, or submitting it the old-fashioned way through email?
Okay, no, there are no limitations to the amount that you can downsize with your Appendix B.
Okay.
If you want to downsize after your Appendix B, then there are limitations. But Kaylee will have to speak to how your interconnection request is going to be updated in GRIP to account for changes in your Appendix B. Is it a new request, or do you just go into your old request and make changes?
You know, I love that question, and I will absolutely get you an answer here in the next 6 months.
I will wait patiently.
I think we have some questions in the back, and I'll come right back.
Yeah, just a quick clarification question on the merchant zone questions. For projects with POIs in one of those 3 SC merchant zones, will those automatically be like designated as merchant deliverability option projects?
Yes, they will.
Okay, and then if those aren't competing for TPD in the allocation process, but those projects are all eligible for FCDS status. Is that right?
Repeat that last part again.
So if they are merchant deliverability option projects, are they still eligible for full FCDS status?
Yes.
Okay.
You do understand that with merchant, that means you're funding all
pay
of
for
the
all of the-
upgrades that are required for you to have that FCDS status.
Yeah.
So if you pay for it, you can have it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
This is for the benefit of a couple of our clients that are on the phone, and it came in through chat earlier, but could we just have a high-level description or distinction between TPD zones and merchant zones? What's the distinction? That's the question I keep getting, and I want to be sure I'm answering it right.
Okay.
Yeah, I can
Bene's going to do
try to answer that. This has been in from ISO. So TPD zone is a zone where all the ISO controlled POIs within that zone has more than 50 megawatt of TPD capacity. On the reverse side, if any of the POI, sorry, for it to be a merchant zone, all the POI in that zone has TPD capacity less than 50 megawatt. Yes.
Okay, do we have more questions in the room? Aisha?
Kelly, I had questions related to some POIs in the cluster 15 list that we don't see in the constraint map. So I was curious, like, I hope to see them in that main spreadsheet that you will share with study region allocation. But there is probably no way to currently map them to the constraints, right? They are like officially blue POIs that have not been studied.
I'm going to pass that to Bene.
Yeah, I think I'll ask you to be more specific, but in general, you won't see POI in the POI list if it is determined that that's not an ISO controlled substation for the substation part. If you're talking about the line POI.
No. So there are a few substations like McMullen 230 kV. That's not a ISO controlled POI. Or Banta.
Yeah, so that is, if it's a substation POI, you don't see that in the POI list. That's the status. That is not ISO controlled. If you have any specific question like that, send it to us, but that's how I would read it. The substation POI not in that list. It is because we determined that that's not an ISO controlled facility.
Okay, so will that be counted in the 150, actually, no, I'll confuse. I'll send you an email. Yeah.
Yeah, Raul Perez, Reliance West. I just have a quick question on that follow-up. So I know the list of the ISO control facilities doesn't include certain projects that have already been approved in the planning process. So what will be, for example, what will be the way of them going from a specific POI, maybe like a 138 kV connection to a 230 kV connection? Think of like the Betty upgrades, right? What will be the process for customers to actually update that POI? Because right now they'll essentially be requesting to a specific location, which maybe the intent is to go to a different location.
Sorry, Rahul, I didn't quite exactly follow. Are you talking about the substation POI that does not exist today and it is going to be created by some future project?
Correct.
Our intention is to include those POIs as well in this list.
Yeah, but they're not there.
So if it is not, we will look into that. I'll give some example, like in the north, Manning substation, Collinsville substation, those obviously don't exist today. They are in the POI list. So our intention is to include those POIs as well. If we're missing some, let us know.
Yeah, and that's based on communication that
I need
had
to
with
correct
guys.
one more thing. If you were talking about POI that is going to be created by a TPP project approved in 2023, 2024 cycle, with exception to Humboldt 500 kV, it may not be there because it was not part of the model that we studied. So there's that one catch. Other than that, older projects, TPP project or GIP-driven project that are creating a new switching station or substation, our intention is to include that in this list.
Yeah, take a look, because I know that, for example, projects that were approved in the 22, 23, right now are not featured on that list, and I've seen the list. And it was communicated to me that the list only included the ones that were right now in the, you have a database of things that are currently there. But yeah, that didn't include some of the planned projects that should be.
Okay, I shared with you what our intention is. It may be so, if something missing, it may show up in the update that I talked about this morning that we're planning to publish in a couple days. If we miss something, but if you still don't see it, let us know. So you're mainly referring to the south, send quick email to us. We'll look into that.
Okay.
And if you go to submit your application and you believe that your POI is ISO controlled and should be on that list, you are welcome to type it in. And then we will review it at that time. So, and if you put your application in early and your substation doesn't exist, we will be able to tell you that then. And
yeah, I'm with the
let you know.
I'm with the PTO.
Okay. Yeah.
So I won't be submitting any applications. But in this case, I just know that I was reviewing the list recently, and it didn't include any of the Betty upgrades nor any of the new things that were approved in 22, 23.
Awesome. Thank you. I saw one right here, and then we'll go in the back.
This is Max with Pattern Energy again. I think this is another question for Benet. Going back to my storage modification question, I just wanted to understand if this was like a physical study difference in why the ISO carves out sort of modification for storage as a allowable modification, or if it's just like not allowed in the tariff and that's why. Does that question make sense, or I can go back to it if needed?
So the tariff does allow battery storage additions through modifications. It does not allow other technologies to be added to a existing generating facility or queue position.
Okay, so it's a specific tariff carve out, not necessarily a physical or engineering challenge.
Yeah, there's a tariff carve out specifically for the allowance of battery storage to a project. Yes.
Okay. I mean, yeah, and just to color it a little bit, at Pattern, we're thinking about optimizing existing interconnection service as like the most efficient way to get resources onto the grid. So we're trying to think about ways that we can do that. And we see adding storage as a way to optimize an existing asset and also expanding an existing resource, even if it has the same fuel type, also as optimizing that existing interconnection service. So if you guys were open to having a discussion about that or receiving comments, we'd be interested to discuss it.
That sounds like a policy change that we would encourage conversation through the interconnection process enhancements discussions rather than a forum as this.
Okay, that sounds good. I think we included it in some previous comments. I'm not sure if it was addressed, but we'll follow back up. Thanks.
I know we have one question in the back from someone that has to go.
Just a quick question. This is Julie with Avantis. Kind of going back to when the next TPD cycle is going to actually take place. I know that it's been communicated it's going to be September, but will the CAISO be issuing some sort of market notice within the next, month or so, or, near term to communicate this formally?
So I believe that the timeline is on the website right now and has the next TPD cycle listed on it. But we will do a market notice whenever, I think 30 days before.
I can tell you that affidavits are going to be due September 1st of 2025, and that window will open a month prior. So that's like August 30th. No, not August 30th, August 1st. So, so you will have the whole month of, why can I not think, of August to get your TPD seeking affidavits and also your retention affidavits and also your CVC into the ISO during that time frame. The other thing I wanted to say is it is likely that your second interconnection financial security posting will also be extended to that date. So if you have a project in cluster 14, you will not need to submit your second IFS on February 14th of 2025. You'll have a little bit more time to September 1st of 2025. And we will announce that entire schedule and all of the forms and everything in a market notice. So make sure you're looking for that in the August timeframe of 2025.
Hi, this is Alex working at AS Clean Energy. I just have a quick question. Previously, you presented table G2 that identifies the list of PG&E substations that are not eligible for filing due to short circuit issues. Could you please confirm that we can file on the circuits outside of those substations but electrically close, and that we might just be assigned some short circuit driven upgrades and the application is not going to be rejected?
Yeah, this has been from ISO. We did talk about that earlier today. So the short answer is you can connect. It is not going to be disqualified within the intake process, but as you can read in the text there, if your project has more than 100 amp contribution to one of those stations listed in that table, and you don't propose any mitigation to reduce your short circuit contribution to below 100 amp, it is likely to be rejected at later point when it goes through to the scoping meeting or further at that point. So keep that in mind, but we are not going to disqualify any interconnection connecting to the lines going into those substations within the intake process.
Okay, so just to clarify, because previously you just assigned short circuit driven are in use to projects that cause adverse impact, but now you can actually disqualify once you do some preliminary studies. Is that correct, or am I missing something?
Yeah, so there's a little bit of background why, as you know, we're not the expert of it. We're hearing from the PTO. Based on their assessment, they have done as part of the past interconnection process. There are certain stations where mitigating surge circuit, obviously, from technical standpoint, pretty much everything is feasible if you spend like $1 billion and, wait for like 15 years. But there are stations where there is not reasonable mitigation to mitigate the surge circuit issue, and those are the stations. That's how I understand it. And PG&E is trying to avoid getting into that situation by letting interconnection customers know ahead of time that if you're connecting to those. You probably remember Cluster 13 Phase 1 if you were there, or Cluster 14 Phase 1, seeing hundreds of millions of dollar upgrade, needing 10, 15 years to implement. So kind of trying to avoid, that's how I look at it, avoid that kind of situation. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, this is helpful. It's similar in Cluster 14, I believe. Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, this is Humberto Branco with Savian. Going back to the previous questions, in regard to, just to clarify, in regard to the IF2 payment for Cluster 14, so there will be no payment until September 1st. That's when for projects that parked. So did you mention the payment is not going to be required until September 1st? Is that the case?
Yes, because usually we link the payment of the second IFS for those parked projects to the submittal of the affidavit, like the kickoff of the affidavit process. So we see no reason to de-link those two. The tariff does require 12 months, so we might need to do a little tariff something to make that happen, but that is where we're leaning.
Thanks so much. That makes sense. Appreciate it.
Okay, we are right at just about 4 o'clock. I'm happy to stay and answer questions. There are a couple in the chat I'll go ahead and read, but I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you all for coming out and spending the day with us. We hope you got a lot of information and a lot of your questions answered. I hope you felt like it was a good use of your time. I do want to clarify, if you have any questions from today, feel free to email us. The portal will be your communication once you've submitted an application about project-specific questions. But if you have general questions, don't hesitate to email. I'm happy to answer, especially if you're withdrawing your project.
And one more thing, I just want to say that we have been answering questions in the chat. I've been taking notes. So we are going to prepare a frequently asked questions or Q&A type of document. I'm hoping to get it done by the end of this week and get it posted early next week. That will be announced via a market notice. Chances are it will be on our generator interconnection study webpage.
Get familiar with the web pages. It's going to be helpful to you. So with that, anybody that has to leave, feel free to do so. We will continue answering questions, and thank you again.
Hey, Kaylee, really quick. I think we all owe our hosts a big thank you. Kaylee, Dawn, Brenda, and Yelena online. Thank you for enduring through today. Great job.
Thank you. Sorry. I was just going to read a couple questions. Oh, sorry. One more thing before you go. We are hosting the 2024 Stakeholder Symposium. I am a really fun host, but you know who's even more fun? Elliot. Okay, so it's on October 29th and 30th.
Yes.
And it's going to be at the Kempton Sawyer for a welcome reception. The symposium is going to be the 30th at the Safe Credit Union Convention Center. So feel free to join us for that. We hope to see you there.
Awesome. Thank you, Kaylee. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you at the Stakeholder Symposium. I'll be there. Registration. Most of you are registered, so hopefully you have any questions, reach out to me. I'll be there for the symposium. Take care.
Okay. And online, I see we have a couple questions. I am going to continue to ask questions, so if you could keep it down just a little bit. There's a couple of questions in the chat that I want to go through. One's for you.
And the recording will be posted by the end of this week for those who are on the call and also on site. I think we
Okay. Actually, we're just going to answer the questions that are in the chat in the frequently asked questions that are posted. So thank you online for joining us and have a lovely evening.